going on. There's a lot of young people trying this stuff out, but there's also some conflict because not every landowner wants to have this kind of stuff on their wall, and not every landowner believes that this is enhancing their business, and you can kind of see why, can't you? So there has been some conflict with people saying, you know, not on my, and you're not doing that here, and people saying, well, we're allowed, which is actually a misconception. When we get through it, you can see it goes on and on and on. Now, there are different, like I say, different interpretations. I say you can basically do something. Most of this is not, okay, you can stop it there. So there are degrees, and that stuff, I have to say, has become a nuisance. This is an example, though, of a much more curated kind of work. This is by an artist called Dank. It's a geisha girl. Happens to be, I think it's a girlfriend of his or something. It's on the end of a pub right in the heart of the city, which is actually quite a metropolitan, quite a nightclubby type area. And at the time, it was a really, I think, welcome and interesting addition. Next slide. Tell you what then happened was a really, what I consider, and it's just my opinion, a bit of duff curatorship, because next to it, they decided to let somebody have a go. And so I think what you've done is you've taken something that's really beginning to be quite interesting and you've stuck something next to it. The point I want to make here is these things are pretty much forever unless you're going to come up with a budget to renew and refresh. And I think that's something which everybody who's working in the public space needs to think about, is what happens next. Yeah? I think that is a real responsibility of any artist. You just want to move on. Because once you've got one, you then have another one. We've got another one, same artist, same subject, more or less. This one is in our historic high street. It's our museums quarter. And one has to begin to question context and appropriateness to that, and whether or not actually, going back to my original point, whether or not this is actually just promoting the businesses which are inside, because it's an attractant to that, this is like a new development. It's all sorts of apartments and small bijou businesses. We just move on. Then you've got another side. I was asked to look at some of the sort of negatives, some of the things that are maybe not quite so happy. And again, it's my personal opinion. So this is work next to, this is called the Shorelines Project, which the big concern in Hull is about the fact that, you know, in less than 100 years' time, the city will probably be underwater. So there's a lot of work going on to alert people to that issue of rising tide lines. This is a large mirror on the end of Hull College. I actually find it quite depressing, and I also question this idea, it's there forever now, and in my opinion, it's not particularly well drawn. And if you want to get fussy, you know, that's where I'm coming from. Next slide. You can sort of see where I mean. That is a section of this big. We're talking about a very large wall. Just move on. None of that is to say that any of these murals can't have real power, impact, and meaning. This is a very impactful work that was done, actually commissioned by the BBC as part of the 2017 celebrations. It commemorates a woman called Lily Bolocca, who's something of a folk hero in Hull, very much associated with safety on fishing boats. And you can see by the turnout in the opening, very, very powerful within the local community, and tremendously well respected, and rather well executed as well, actually. So I'm not down on all of this stuff. I'm just looking at quality and reason and ownership and who's it for and so on. So we come to a place of much more significance for the entire city. This is Queen Victoria Square. That's my son. Managed to sneak up on top of the building and get that shot. Now, Queen Victoria Square, immensely significant. It's where a lot of our 2017 celebrations were held. Next slide. And it was home to something called the Blade. I wanted to just show this because the other thing was going, what were you particularly proud of? The Blade is something that began as a conversation between three people sitting in a pub, as sometimes the best arts projects do. And the conversation began with just really thinking about green energy, the position of Hull in the world, the future, and what was happening. It was also about tides and harvests and all sorts of things. And that conversation happened to be with an artist called Nayan Kulkarni, who went away and thought about it and came back with, the perfect answer. And that was to commission this, this is a blade from one of the largest wind turbines in the world that's being made in Hull now. They're all being put up in the North Sea. If you want to just move on. It's 75 metres long, and it was installed in January 2017 across the centre of this civic space. And just click the next. It looks really weird because it has this odd texture to it. Just keep going.
Paul, if you could wrap up in a second, that'd be awesome.
That for me epitomised something which I wanted to stress. There is a tendency with any kind of art project in city centres to look backwards. We've heard a bit of that today, to take on the historical. And there's nothing wrong with that. But as somebody who's not a native of Hull, I have to always say, well, how does that reflect my history or my family history? And sometimes I think we have to be careful of that. There's lots to talk about culture, but not of different people's culture, but not of different people's histories, or how we might fashion new ones together. And this was emblematic. This one I like because this is the Larkin Trail, and that's what happens eventually. It ends up as being the place where you keep the bins after a party. That's our thing. Just rattle through. This is also an exciting one. Nayan Kulkarni, light. Using light is something that's more and more done in city centres because, although it's not necessarily cheap, it is also changeable, and it's fun, and it's exciting, and it's dynamic, and interesting. And then just finally, some really kind of simple things that we can do. These are traffic control boxes, and we recently, last year, we did a project. We commissioned local artists to come up with designs for these often vandalised traffic control boxes. Do something. This is by Lydia Caprani, who's local to the city. Next one. This is by Sean Azzopardi. Just trying to do something fun. What's happened is that our local ward councillors are getting really interested in these, and they're starting to appear different designs across the city, because people realise that actually, if you think about what you're doing, then you can do something that is fun, entertaining, and can last a bit. This is the only one so far that's had any real damage. It's got a bit of scribble on it. But that's 18 months old. So we're really pleased with that. I don't know if there are any more. Yep, right. That's it from me. I hope that says something. Okay.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Paul. Deborah, would you like to go next? It's really fantastic being able to see such a diversity of projects, and it's so refreshing to be able to actually get people talk about stuff that didn't work, because we can learn so much more about stuff that doesn't work rather than just being like, this is what we did, it was awesome. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Deborah.
Is that on? Yeah. I'm just gutted I didn't get to see any of those slides from Hull, because the blade was so inspiring, and I'd love to have seen some of those other artworks. So maybe you could send me the slideshow or something at some point. It'd be great to see. Hi everybody, I'm Deborah Rees, and I'm director at Cast, which is a performance venue in Doncaster, which opened in 2013. And I just want to talk a little bit about our outdoor strand of work. We're talking about sort of art in public space, and the public space I'm going to talk about is our outdoor work, although we could also talk about indoor work. But I'm going to talk about our outdoor work, which goes under the brand of Global Streets, and we're part of a partnership with other venues throughout the country who have come together and got funding to bring international work to our spaces. And this is slightly different to kind of sculptural work or statues or that kind of thing, because it's very much about performance work. So this work is quite transitory by its nature. It's there for a day or a weekend, and then it's gone. And we've quite often put events on in Nigel Gresley Square, which is just outside Cast, and in some ways is our kind of like third performance space. and everything we put on there is obviously free. And one of the reasons for wanting to have international work is that it kind of allows us to bring global stories to Doncaster. So it's about bringing the world to Doncaster, and then we kind of grow around each project sort of local stories and connections and different kinds of other events that go on to kind of tie things together and to bring narratives together. It's also part of the aim of it is to reimagine our high streets. It's really important to us that the work is kind of put on centrally, and we quite often have events that move round. So although they start in the square, we like to move them around the town if it's that kind of event, and close roads and give people opportunities to see space from different perspectives with different things going on in them. And there's something around that is around kind of disruption of space and the sort of democracy of public space. One of our productions had a peaceful protest that was attached to it that local people, our communities, worked with the international company to do around themes that were relevant for Doncaster. And it's kind of about humanising our built environment and kind of bringing different perspectives to it. All those are really important. And we kind of like to see people who come to see that work. If they come, they may come into Cast to see other events, or they may not. And mostly they don't. And that is that's not something that's actually an aim of ours. I think it's one of those things that you kind of think of as being an ideal, that people have these progression routes, and actually quite often that's a load of nonsense. People like to be able to engage with work on their own terms and come and go. So somebody might watch in the performance for the whole 2 hours, or they might interact with it for 10 minutes and everything is fine. This year, because of COVID, we're not doing performances in the same way. We're doing more installation type work. So I just want to quickly tell you about 2 events that we've got this autumn, which is part of this Global Streets project. And the first one, oh brilliant, thank you, is called Global Rainbow, and it's it's an installation that's coming from the States, and it's very simple. It is massive lasers that are projecting a rainbow, and the reach of it will be about 10 miles. We're hoping to beam them from Conisbrough Castle over Doncaster in 13th, 14th of November. So in those winter months, when who knows where we will be with COVID, but I suspect it will still be around, and it'll be kind of getting into winter. We want to really beam a message of hope, and the rainbow, obviously such an iconic image of hope anyway, but particularly around COVID, and messaging and thank you to people, carers, key workers, NHS, who are doing all they can in difficult circumstances. So I think that simply looking up into the sky and what do we see in the sky, and what do those things mean to us, I hope it will be really resonant for people, and we will really look forward to hearing how people engage with that and what their thoughts are and what it provokes with people. The other project is the We Are Watching, which is a climate change project that we're bringing in October, 7th and 8th of October. And this is from a Swiss artist. And it's a huge flag. It's about 40 metres by 40 metres, and it is in the shape of an eye, as you can see. And when hoisted by a crane, it will probably fly at about, for those of you that know Cast, 3 times the height of Cast, so it'll really stand out above the town. And that eye is made up of thousands of photos of people who have who say they care about climate change. And this piece was originally conceived for COP25, which I think was in Madrid, and it was flown above that conference as to show that leaders, the world is watching. The world is watching as you make really important decisions about our environment. And this flag is touring the UK, and it's going to go to Glasgow in November for COP26. And it is stopping in Doncaster for two days. I'm not quite sure where it's going to go yet. I need to find a space big enough to be able to have the crane and to hoist the flag. But we hope that it will provoke discussion about climate change and just to raise awareness. And CAST isn't coming at it from the perspective of, we know all about climate change. We want to learn from this in terms of being able to engage and talk to partners and the public about what it means and what we can do about it and how we can collectively come together. So we've got just at the moment of devising various projects to go around it, and there will be some sort of public event where people will talk. I think we've got Ed Miliband coming to talk about it, and but if anyone's interested in being part of it, please get in touch, because we're just at the process of scoping it now. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Deborah. And now we're going to hear from Yola. As I'm really looking forward to where we are watching.
So hello, I'm Yola. I will have to apologize everyone because I don't really speak English. So I kind of prepared a video that would speak on my behalf, but apparently we cannot play it. Ah, okay. So I was yes, okay. So so I'm a filmmaker, actually, and specialize in VFX. So I spend my life in front of computers in dark spaces and blinding my eyes. And when the projects are finished, I kind of want to run away and never see a computer again. So in that period, I will just go to the streets and do the stuff. And my first approach was actually I wanted to, when I was younger, I kind of dreamed about end up in some nice gallery, of course, but because I did the film school and not the art school, I wasn't really a part of the good market or good establishment or good group to end up in the galleries. It was more directed towards film festivals maybe. So it was kind of difficult, and personal approach to them wasn't really possible because they lock their doors. They kind of don't, if you are an artist, don't even approach me. If you want to buy, yes please, but yeah. So I kind of abandoned this web of communication, and once I wanted really approach a kind of Parisian gallery called Magda Danish. I don't know how to pronounce it in English, it's Polish name. And of course I knew that there is no point to try to speak to the lady. So I kind of print my artwork and paste it in front of her wall, in front of her door. And so she doesn't have another choice to just see it every day when she's going out of her work. Like, okay, you don't want to see me, you will see my art, yeah? So that was And that was kind of a beginning of a change in my way of thinking, because actually I thought I understood in that moment that I don't need Magda Danish, I don't need her walls. I have the whole city for myself. So I can exhibit myself without anyone's permission. But what's going on next? Actually, it's you have to be responsible. What you are kind of forcing others to see what you want them to see. So you have to think about them and as kind of violation of their visual space. And actually, so I understood that it cannot be only kind of a space when I will exhibit myself. Oh, hello, I'm Yola and I'm doing drawings and it's nice drawings, please have a look. No, nobody is kind of, well, it's good maybe for 5 seconds, but it's should be more important. And today we are really bombarded with the visual informations, not really maybe the one that we would like to see. So as an artist, you kind of take the responsibility to add something to this space. So for me, I have an obligation to really take it seriously and speak about something important, yeah, if I forced people to see it. So that's my approach actually so the next step was to choose my medium. So I mainly work in paper because I don't ask for the permission very rarely, because it takes ages and it takes it's not, and usually you don't get it, yeah, if you're not a well-positioned person with good person that you know, you will not get it. So just don't lose your time. I have my job and I have a few spots of my time that I can use for playing. So so I just do it. I just do it. But I try to not disturb too much. So I would choose the spaces that are abandoned, that I know that they don't belong to anyone, more or less, and they are kind of looking ugly. So I can kind of hope that by my action, it will be kind of reappropriation of the place and the reappropriation of the visual, and by adding something, I will kind of create some kind of visual art that will be integrated with the space. It won't be violating the space, but adding something and push it further. And so why I have chosen the paper? Because it's washable. So if there is police going on in Poland, we have a law that it's not forbidden. It's not allowed, of course, to do anything, even the posters and stuff. It's a penalty for that, unless you can go back to the previous state of the place, so you didn't damage it. So if there is a problem, I can just take the bucket of water, wash it, and then I don't have to end up in jail. Yeah. So that was just a kind of statement. You don't like it, we can go back to your ugly wall if you prefer. Yeah.
That's great, Yola. I think that sounds like a really good place to for us to like have an awesome discussion, if that's okay.
Yes, okay.
Brilliant. We'd like to pop that back here.
Thank you.
Mike's a little bit anxious of the time because of the slow start that we had. So if you guys wanted to get something to eat quietly whilst we have a discussion, that sounds fantastic. Sorry that people are going to be eating whilst we're talking. Yeah, we're all. Yes, that sounds great. Are you all okay for time? Yeah, you're not having to run off to a train or anything. Okay. Well, at some point, yeah. We'll hear it all night. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Because we're just run out of time for the whole day. Yeah, well, yeah.
Cool. Okay, so grab food. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Go get something, guys. We don't get one now, then I'm like.
All the mics are muted now.
Pardon?
Is this working? Just a quick mention, there's a little, I don't know if it's like a performance or a little workshop going on in the shop if you want to eat and go over there at the same time or whatever. If anyone wants to try it how the Lebanese do, we use the lettuce that's around the salad as a spoon.
to enjoy. Restock up on some soda. Pop. Fizzy pop. Soda's a much better word though, right?
Next waffle. The good news is that we've got an HDMI cable that means the streaming can start again. The bad news was we were struck by lightning and the stream went down. Now what we're going to do is we've made up about 30 minutes by getting that food. We're going to do a little 15-minute roundup from that last panel. So we're just going to get everyone back up there when they've kind of gathered themselves. And then by 2 o'clock we'll be back on track and we will be doing another round table, or is it parallel state? Can someone? Round table then parallel state. And Lorna's going to do a short interjection at some point. And then we've got Tamsin Dillon here, who's going to do our closing keynote speech. And then we could go home or do something else, like in the program, which I should know, like the back of my hand. And you can keep eating the food.
Okay. Hi there. I think everybody's coming. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I've got a question on this. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you want to moderate it? Yep. Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Dinner was delicious. Thank you. So let's thank Rash's mum because that was amazing. Thank you. So that was fantastic presentations to give us context to this discussion, what all of these brilliant artists and curators and commissioners do. So one thing I was thinking is the public role in public art that is essential to the artist. So people in living a work, they're inspired and intrigued and motivated and provoked. Public art is some of the most innovative practice in today's in the field of art. But as Mike was just saying, we were thinking about how taste and permission conflicts. And this is really interesting as an artist myself. So you can have a certain style that might not be conducive to the public sphere of what is accessible, because it might, look like a child's done it, or it might offend somebody, or whatever. So the great thing was, I'm going to start with Paul, because he gave some fantastic examples of the way that we struggle with building audience and getting stuff commissioned as well in the public sphere, and people's tastes. So would you like to build on any experiences or answer that? Yeah.
Taste. Is that on? Yep. To be honest, in my line, I probably try and avoid questions of taste as much as possible. It does tend to be a gut feeling, I have to admit. I think the first thing that occurs to you usually is the integrity of the artist and the intent. Because if you have an artist with integrity and intention that is clear, whatever that might be, then you can work with it. If there's no integrity in what somebody's trying to do, then there's a chance that they're going to upset everybody, or some, you know. And that's not to say that it has to conform to your own notions of, because, you know, the opinions vary and so on. But you do sometimes come against applications or approaches from people where you do question exactly why they're doing something. And I think that often the weakest projects are ones which are just not thought through. So I think, you know, you can look at scale, and I in my very rushed sort of presentation earlier, you know, there were a different scale of different things. There were some very simple things in there which are just simply intended to entertain, to really kind of alleviate the monotony of the urban environment, yeah? And there are others which are intended to inspire. But at the end of the day, you always try and trust the intention of the artist, which is how your selection process, whatever that might be, becomes so important. Because even if it's just a case of somebody saying, you know, randomly approaching you, we would like to do this, you know, off the wall kind of thing, there's still a selection process of kinds, because even though it might be you know, you are deciding whether you're going to be an advocate for that work, you're deciding whether you're going to invest in it, perhaps. So there is a decision-making process, and I think it can be a kind of, it might seem arbitrary, but you do employ, maybe not taste, but certainly some sort of test of where is this person coming from. I've had people approach me and say, an engineer, a roads engineer, he was absolutely fascinated. He said, I'm really fascinated by yellow lines. I thought it was really bizarre. Until he then turned up with 300 photographs of yellow lines and, you know, road lines, and he'd studied them. And actually we invested in an exhibition, and we did a small exhibition in the local library, and they were fascinating. You know, and that wasn't my taste, but it was really interesting. It was something that person had to get out of their system. So it can be very different, depending.
That's brilliant. And you said you have a gut feeling about the integrity of the artist.
Yeah, I know that I'm going to get shot down for saying that, but you therefore you have to interrogate, you have to question, and that doesn't have to be a difficult process. That can be a very constructive process. You have to, if you're going to invest some faith in the eventual work, then you have to trust each other, and that you develop through conversation often. You have to have a feeling for it. I mean, that's if you've got a direct involvement, obviously.
Brilliant. Deborah, I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on this from the performance theatre side.
Sure, it's I think you're right about trusting the understanding the integrity of the artist, and I mean, whether it's performance or installation, I think you start from that same place. Quite often we're programming work that already exists, so there's a bit more of a track record, I suppose, and you can see what the audience response has been to that work. But even if we were commissioning, I think the understanding what the artist wants to do with the piece that they're creating is at the heart, and how that connects with the communities that you might be curating or programming it for. So where that connection exists feels at the heart of why we would engage with the work. Yeah, I think that's it.
Brilliant. I've liked that you've brought in about connecting to the audience, because I'm just going to bring in a quote that I read that you said in an interview a few months ago, which is that we have to adapt and listen carefully to what our audiences and communities want, and we've had to work hard for them to trust us. And it's taken 7 years to build these relationships, and there's plenty of work to do. And I was just wondering, what kind of work do you do to build those relationships?
Well, it's in lots and lots of different ways, and there's lots of ways that we communicate with our audience, and that can range from kind of communicating via socials to communication to actually obviously at the work and seeing audience response, hearing audience response. We always ask our audience after everything they've seen what they think of it, so we can kind of build up that picture of what our existing audience, what their response is. There's also kind of a massive piece of work that, I mean, this is a journey, and we're only part way along it, is around reaching people, because we get public money, and so that public money should reach everybody, and that on one hand that's quite a tall or quite a big ask to reach everybody, but that's sort of what we should aspire to do. That should be our aim, to do that. So it's also making connections and partnerships with quite often with organisations to reach particular communities and groups of people, and that can take a long time. We're just in the middle of doing a partnership project with the National Theatre, which is about kind of really grassroots connections and developing relationships with people, and that's taking years. We're sort of 2-3 years into that, and building those relationships of trust with probably quite a small number of people. So that work can be very deep and meaningful, but it is to be deep. So with a small number of people. So I'm sort of contradicting myself, but that's the dilemma that we're in. It's kind of all of those things.
I think Lidge wants to get in.
Yeah, just to, I suppose, the old concept really around permissions for any public art is always going to be a contentious journey, really. So as a council, I think one of the things that we're really keen on is to ensure that there is that community consultation. I know the term audience has been used, but I mean, we use community really to a large degree. So just from experience, I'll recount obviously what happened with the miners statue, the miners monument, because I know Mike mentioned earlier on and he said that it was potentially contentious, and I know somebody else mentioned nostalgia. Yeah. So I know that earlier on it was mentioned that potentially were contentious, and also there was a term used in terms of nostalgia. So I think it's probably just worth to run through that process that we went through with that piece of art and then how we got to it. Doncaster, as we all are aware, is quite strange in the sense that there is obviously a town centre, but off of Doncaster there is a number of villages, and most of these villages were grown up obviously around mines such as Edlington, Rosington, Asken, all these other towns. So we were conscious that because the coal industry played such a large role in Doncaster, what we wanted to do was to ensure that we had a central miners monument rather than one scattered around all these villages. So when it was first broached and we brought the artist in, the meeting were actually down at Casterborough, if I remember, and he met with representatives of our mining communities, and he got really, I think it's fair to say, a really rough ride, because his ideas that he'd originally put forward were around miners, a statue based on miners walking into a drift mine. Now, anybody that knows, Doncaster's always had deep mines, it's never had drift mines. So he were faced by about 40 ex-miners from across the Doncaster coalfield, giving him a really hard time and saying this would be an insult to our miners and our heritage if you produce this monument. And he stepped back, in fairness to him. And what he did do is he spent then about 12 months really going round and visiting our mining communities and having community consultations in them in terms of what they would see as being acceptable as a monument to the heritage, something to celebrate our mining history. And then he came up with a concept of the heads. And what he did do with the heads is, with the help of Doncaster College, is every single sculpture session of a miner was recorded on video. So when you go and look at those heads, there's an implant in them where you can effectively be linked up to the YouTube video of the miner that took part in the sculpture session. So we'd done that community consultation, and we'd done that community consultation to death. So in terms of permissions, that's our first position in terms of making sure that the community where that artwork or that art display is going to be installed as that full community consultation. And we knew that obviously what we wanted to do was make sure that that mining statue was going to be in an area that was going to be there in a prominent place, and we wanted to make sure that people would be able to go down there and experience it and touch it and get the real tangible, you know, benefits of it. Hence why it was placed down there rather than up at Gresley Square. And again, just to make you aware, if you're not already aware, that miners' monument were crowdfunded. It weren't funded by public money or Arts Council or DMBC. It were crowdfunded by unions, businesses and people of Doncaster. So our first position will always be community consultation, and we take that very, very seriously. Thank you, Sarah.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm just going to bring in Yola here because as the artist on the panel, I've got a quote from you saying, working in public spaces forces me to be socially engaged. I feel that today artists shouldn't produce decorative, meaningless visuals that serve only as public stunts. I work in streets and my art should reflect what's going on in those streets and in the society. I was just wondering if you'd like to build on that, and I thought, you know, it'd give you time to build on what you were saying before I cut you off earlier as well.
Well, I don't know what I could add. Yeah, as I said previously, I kind of feel obliged to get into dialogue with the viewer, because I kind of forced them to see what I imposed to see. So I kind of chose. I try to engage with them by involving them, the viewer, I mean, to the work. So that's in that case, I kind of come with the message that I would like to communicate and share it with people, and the people will be involved in it as well. So they will be the part of the visual that will be exhibited after, so they can be kind of, it's not only me in that case, it's always, it is as well them, and they will see it, they will see themselves, and they will be the part of the message. So that's the general approach that I try to cultivate it in my work.
Brilliant. I guess one interesting question that comes from all of this is, you know, the ownership of the space and the work, like who owns what, right? I think Robert Morrison said if we've got, you know, public art, then we must have private art. But when it is out, just like Sophie was saying in the conversation earlier today, you know, if the public sphere is owned by the state, where does these projects and stuff, especially if it's transient, or it's a big sculpture or street art, you know, who owns that? Anybody can come in. Anybody of you guys can come in on that.
Just a thought, I may not necessarily follow from that, but you were asking about taste. I think there's an interesting question about aesthetics as opposed to, particularly when it comes to memorials. Whenever I've been asked about commemorative works, public works, I've always kind of divorced that from anything else that we might be doing. Because these questions of taste and aesthetics come into it, and because of the importance of community consultation. What interests me in that, though, is that there does seem to be a peculiar kind of English thing, which the aesthetics of memorials at the moment do seem to be extremely figurative, very historical, romantic, perhaps, but sometimes sort of dangerously, I don't know, they're kind of fixated in the past, not necessarily for any ulterior motives, but just I do wish sometimes that we could take our aesthetic clues from mainland Europe and actually do things which were more perhaps open to all sorts of imagination when we are memorializing things, when we actually to think forward rather than simply thinking back. And I go back to the point I was making earlier, you know, I think talking about a city's history, whilst it's important and you need civic pride and you want to be of place, it can be exclusive to those who aren't from. Yeah, and you know, you can tell by my accent, I'm not from Hull, but I've lived there, as you've said, for a long time. Do I feel part of East Hull? Sometimes. Yeah. So I think these are questions that are quite interesting for artists to consider, and I think we have something of an issue in this country that we are fixated on a kind of an aesthetic for that which is old-fashioned.
I think that's a fantastic point, Paul. Just to sort of round up on there, it kind of does come back to that ownership question, though, at the same time. So what I really enjoyed about Deborah's presentation and Yola's work is that it is kind of thinking forward on the collective, but also the future. So it has a very contemporary aesthetic is probably the bet. You were right. It wasn't taste, it's aesthetics that we're looking at, isn't it? And I think that's probably part of the contention of maybe the mural. But again, the memorial, sorry. But again, that's really interesting because it is crowd-sourced. So if... Exactly. And
there was Emily consulted.
So I'm just Mike's going to wrap up now.
Thank you, that was fantastic. And of course, what we haven't really talked about, because it's maybe the subject for ArtBomb next year, is the idea that if we're also now living in a post-pandemic, globalised digital culture, that in terms of our own physical attachment to place, that's shifted radically. But that's such a big subject, we're not going to talk about it today. Thank you very much. Great. Lovely. So, can we have a round of applause for these people? If we can find a gap, we'll show Yola's film for those that didn't see it last night. So we'll try and show your film at some juncture. We will, I promise. You have my word. So can we have the next round table up?
Thank you to all of the speakers for your time.
Thank you.
That's a really valid point.
just want to say, just there's a particular issue that might just kind of loosely describe it, and obviously we'll find it. Thank you. Because I know you work, and then I was looking at the images, and then I looked at you and I checked it online afterwards.
Thank you very much.
It's beautiful.
You've got to talk about you're going on until the end of the rest of the October. So just
That's good. You knew the first day location, so that works out.
great location. Thank you.
Should we get started?
Okay, so
I'll give you this one. We'll have to. Yeah.
Very rarely told I'm too quiet, but I can imagine it might be an issue. So let's see. Can't make it go.
Okay, we're going to get cracking with this next panel on action and collaboration.
Okay, this is Duncan Whiteley. He's come from Coventry, the UK City of Culture. Yeah, round of applause for Coventry. Yeah. Did have to deal with a pandemic. Yeah. So Duncan's going to moderate the session. Over to Duncan.
Thank you.
Get your mic closer.
Still, can we turn it up a bit, or do I have to be right next to it? Okay. Okay, so just going to introduce our speakers first. So we've got on my left here Matthew Rossier. Matthew Rossier is an artist based in London. His work mixes technology with film and sound in the form of interactive and immersive installations in the public realm. His practice is collaborative and includes the surrounding community, both in the creation process and in the finished work, which we'll hear more about how that works in a moment. Matthew studied architecture at Oxford Brookes and the Bartlett, and was a co-founder of the award-winning design practice Chomker and Rossier, and is a campaigner on behalf of the Architects Climate Action Network. Next along, we have Sally Lockie, who is a creative director, producer and programmer with a wide range of experience working in the arts, culture, education and heritage sectors, enabling community programming, development, placemaking, learning and education. She is currently project director for Right Up Our Street here in Doncaster, the Arts Council England Creative People and Places project for Doncaster. The programme is about enabling more people to choose, create and take part in brilliant art experiences in the places where they live. And on the end there, we have Kadisha Coakley, who's an artist based in Sheffield. She studied her BA and MFA in fine art at Sheffield Hallam. Recent shows include her self-titled solo exhibition at Yorkshire Sculpture Park, which was this year, I think. And to come this year, she's participating in group shows. She has group shows coming up at Quench in Margate and New Contemporaries 21 at Firsight Colchester and South London Gallery. Kadisha is currently undertaking her first public art sculpture, which we are not going to hear very much about because it's wrapped up in a little bit of contractual secrecy at the moment. So we are going to talk a bit about stuff you've seen on the programme already. How do we collaborate with artists and communities to arrive at successful results? And what does success look like? How do we move beyond entertaining the masses to models of co-production and criticality. How can these artworks become more sustainable over time and interface with town plans? And what are good examples which encourage the use of urban space for creativity and communication? And I think we will touch more on some of those things than on others. I don't think we really have time to be very exhaustive with that list of questions. And I'm also going to kind of paraphrase that set of questions a little bit into, I think what we're here to talk about is what does good art in the public realm look like? What can it look like? What forms can it take? And what processes, what models and processes are there behind moving towards that? So to kick off, do you mind starting, Matthew, to talk a bit about your work? If you could tell us, particularly, it would be great to hear a bit about your background, but also about the project you're doing in Doncaster and the history of that project.
Okay, hello. Thanks for having me. So, is there some images? Great, great. I have no idea what's on there, but you know, you can work it out. Okay, cool. So that's shadowing, which is sort of where my public art career, if you can call it that, is where it sort of started. And I think that project was a collaboration with an artist, Canadian artist called Jonathan Chomko, who I had a studio with for a number of years. We still collaborate a bit today. And that project essentially came out of a shared interest in technology in the public realm. And that was also my architectural interest, because I originally trained in architecture and then got sort of sidelined. And I think in that project, we were just really interested in how there's this push to put technology into the public realm. There was this smart city thing going on 10 years ago, where there was lots of tech companies trying to sell that idea into public spaces. And we were sort of interested in what's the end goal of that? Like, what are we measuring? Why are we just always driving to make public spaces more efficient? And sort of going back to an idea of why people are in cities in the first place and why public spaces are enjoyable and important as a place to encounter different people, difference. So we created this project that uses sensors, uses technology, and then embeds them in a streetlight, and then uses that to record people's shadows and then play them back for the next person. So a really sort of simple, intuitive interaction that's completely embedded in the public realm. It is basically a streetlight. It fits on and off any streetlight. And what that's meant is it was not a site-specific work in the traditional sense. It's a universal thing. It can plug and play anywhere. But what it does is when you install it in a certain location and you put thought and you spend time working out where that location should be, it kind of gets adopted by that community, whoever's using those spaces most frequently, and it becomes a sort of part of your daily life because it's a long-term piece. So to fast forward a bit to the work in Doncaster, we've toured this work for a number of years now in different cities, and always it's taken on a different kind of life wherever it is. And in Doncaster, we were sort of interested in a sort of, what if this was a longer term thing? What if it actually started to take that role of a kind of streetlight, almost like became a piece of everyday infrastructure, like almost like a bench does or a playground. So we're working in collaboration with Doncaster Create and the council to do this permanent version where we're completely redesigning it. And it sort of almost will reach kind of like street lighting regulations and all of that kind of thing. So really starting to like deal with that kind of tangly stuff. And we're going to put it out in the public realm for a year and sort of just sort of see what happens. Really see how it's adopted, how people respond to it, and try and learn from that, and then sort of see it as a process of yeah, seeing what happens when something like this does become literally part of your everyday street experience. So in terms of my practice since then, it's gone in a more, I guess, sort of site-specific direction. So I don't know what's showing on there, but 108 steps. Yeah, so that's the only other project I'll talk about right now. So that project was a few years ago in Macclesfield, and that was basically an open-ended residency. I was invited to Macclesfield to basically spend time there, do a series of like long-term research trips over like 6 months, just to kind of explore the public spaces of the town centre there, meet lots of different people, built lots of different relationships. And something that kept on reoccurring was this like tie back to this staircase that goes through the centre of the town called 108 Steps, because it has 108 steps. And there was all these stories that would always link back to this piece of public infrastructure, just an old staircase. But it had become a bit redundant because there was a road that now bypassed it that was easier. So I thought this could be a really nice way to try and capture the contemporary identity of Macclesfield, the people using those town centre spaces, and at the same time try and turn this kind of old monument in a way into sort of a reimagined space, a place that people gather, and it becomes like a kind of immersive art environment for people to enjoy and just kind of like observe the people that they share their spaces with in the centre. So that's what we did. Recorded a week in the life of this staircase in Macclesfield, and then because of the way we'd recorded it and then this projection mapping technique I use, when you projection mapped it back onto all of the steps, it created this sort of 3D illusion as if the steps are kind of playing back their memories of all these people walking up and down. And over a week, over a few days, sort of thousands of people came and just sort of spent time with it and hung out there. And it sort of, I think changed that space again and sort of maybe reclaimed it as some kind of community space that can be used in that way. I think that sort of was a step change in my own practice of thinking about, in terms of sustainability of a project, that I think care is kind of the most important thing. If people feel like they care about the project, they've seen you present within it and they've had a voice within it and you've actually built trust around that project, then I think there can be a sort of greater longevity to that project and sort of care emerges over time.
Thank you, Matthew. Going to slide across to you, Kadisha, if that's okay. Could you tell us a bit about, well, just where your work's coming from, a bit about your practice generally, but I'd like you to talk a little bit, if you don't mind, about the mural project, the mural commission at Block.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, so as introduced, Kadisha. He's going to move. Good. Is that okay? Closer still. How do I? Is that better? Okay. So have you got the picture of Negritude? So this project, Negritude 11, was part of my Block commission. So let me just go back. So basically my work revolves around representation and finding a place for Black identity and culture within the normal or within the everyday of our cities, in our museum spaces, etc. So the idea of Negritude 11 was basically to interrupt the space and interrupt the normal flow of things that we generally see within the city in terms of work that are representational of those that are within Sheffield, ideally, as such. So from there, I consulted with the director with Block, and we went back and forth regarding designs and ideas and what I actually wanted to say. So the idea of using wallpaper as we have it as an everyday, it kind of is used like as an innocuous backdrop that we often just kind of go by and not necessarily recognize. So in my process, I used actual natural hair. I use hair and basically print boards and translate them onto a digital platform, which I then manipulate into a larger scale project, which ended up being the billboard.
Sorry. What was the process behind? Did you approach Block, or you were commissioned by Block? How does that work?
I was commissioned by Block. So through university, we have a lot of work going back and forth with Block Project, where we have maybe our interim shows, etc. So I had a relationship already with Dave McLevy, but having a lot of experience and him becoming familiar with my work, he felt that it was important that I had a space to kind of say what I was saying, and found it quite interesting for the city. So that was how, I was approached by Block in order to do the commission.
And did you actually, it's kind of, can be quite strange putting works out in the public realm, in the sense of it's there and then people are interacting with it, but you're not necessarily there witnessing those interactions. But did you have much sense of what the reception of the work was?
Well, in terms of social media, yes, lots of people did. We ran almost like a, not a competition, but a giveaway for ones to kind of interact with the billboard at the time and just make any statements or take a picture in front and any comments that they had regarding the work. So that was a kind of interaction we had. Block isn't very far from my actual studios as well, so I would often be able to go by, but through Block and through Instagram, we were able to get some kind of feedback about the feeling about the work, which was really, really good from the wider community as well.
Super. So we're going to move to Sally. I mean, it would be interesting to hear a little bit about what you've done before, like Doncaster, but it would be good to hear just some of like your, if you could pick out a couple of maybe the Lights Up project, the big lighting project, and one of the more poetry projects you mentioned as examples of quite different approaches that fit within your holistic approach to programming here in Doncaster.
Thank you. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm Sally Lockie. I work for Right to Power Street, which is a creative people and places project for Doncaster. The project's been around now for getting on for 9 years, but the programme itself is very much about working with communities to develop programmes of activity that are relevant and are accessible. And people feel is about them and represents them. So becoming project director for this particular programme, I was really interested in delivering 2 strands of work. One which is very much about the hyperlocal. It's about communities being on their doorstep, looking at what the need is within that community, what people's interests are, what culture's already happening there, and developing programmes of activity that is in a way socially responsible to a certain extent. So one brilliant example of a project that's developing at the moment is a poetry book that's called A View from a Lockdown Land. We developed that publication with a poetry group that we've been supporting for a number of years now called Read to Write. And during lockdown, the Read to Write group, who are a group of individuals living across the borough of Doncaster, they wrote poetry about their individual experiences during lockdown. The book itself is beautiful, and whatever we do, we try to make sure that we invest enough funding in it to make sure that the output that is of a standard that represents the quality of work, so it looks professional, and it feels particularly special to those individuals that are contributing to it. The second stage of this particular project has been that we've sent out 100 copies of the poetry book out to care homes across the borough of Doncaster, along with 3 letters to each recipient. And in those 3 letters, we've asked care home residents to respond to poems within that book that have chimed particularly strongly with that individual. Mick Jenkinson, who's a local poet and a member of Read to Write, has project managed this for us. And then over the last couple of months, he has taken the care home residents' responses back to the original poets at Read to Write in a sort of call and response way. And they have written new poems based on the words of the care home residents. And we're now looking at producing a second publication. And it's been a lovely project because, as I said, it's been about call and response. It's been about forming relationships that are socially responsible between individuals living out in the community, that will have this beautiful quality outcome, this second publication, with very profound and, as I said, relevant local poetry. And then we're looking at what we do with that next. How do we get those voices of those residents in care homes out into the community? Where do we put that poetry, and where do we hold those performances? Which links me into the second strand of work that Right Up Our Street do. So the second strand is the large-scale activity that we deliver, and that takes the form of a light festival that we hold every November in Doncaster Minster. The festival that we hold is quite often focused around one large-scale light work that's the centrepiece for the Minster, and then we use that platform to celebrate and promote the work that has been made on the hyper-local level out in the community with individuals. So what we're doing is we're raising up those voices and that work, and we're putting it on a stage where it's getting better recognition, because as many of us know, Doncaster is a huge borough, and we all identify with our own locality, and quite often we don't know what's going on in another village in another part of the borough. So being able to bring work from Bulby and Mexborough and Bentley or wherever it might be into Doncaster Minster and celebrate it together and bring those communities together is incredibly important. It opens up conversations and awareness of what's going on and who lives here, and the wealth of creativity actually that we have here in Doncaster.
Did you want to talk a bit about the larger scale projects as well? Or?
Yeah, I can do. I think what's interesting for me, and some of the conversations that have been interesting for me to hear today, is how we go about programming, because we, generally speaking, as a program, we co-curate. We are shaped, our program is shaped by the community and the community need. When it comes to the Light Festival and the work that we program there, that's more tricky. That's about me bringing to the table my awareness, my experience as someone who's worked in the arts for a long time, about me going out there and being aware of artists that would work particularly well in Doncaster. And I always struggle with that, if I'm being honest, about when it comes to programming, making that selection, but that selection that we make is based on our understanding and our knowledge of the people that we work with out in the community, of what people are interested in. So we try to program work that is interesting and challenging, but we don't, generally speaking, don't like to impose on the artist what the outcome should be. It's about inviting artists to come to Doncaster, get to know the place that we live in, and then to respond by creating a piece of work that is bespoke, that is about Doncaster. So this November, for example, we're working with two artists called Heinrich and Palmer, who have spent the last couple of months looking at material in Doncaster Archive, and that will form the basis for a new light work that's going to go into Doncaster Minster this November. And as I said, that work will be created from a wealth of material that is very much Doncaster, but will be presented in a new and interesting way to the community through their eyes as artists.
Could we, thank you, Sally. I was interested to see if we can, I'm sorry if I'm going to throw you out some really horrible questions that we can't answer, but if we could unpick a bit this question about what does success look like, And is this limited to audiences being entertained? I'm saying this partly coming from a, a curiosity of like not necessarily having answers, but seeing what is happening in Coventry at the moment, now that we've entered, slightly delayed, but entered into sort of city of culture, and we've all of a sudden, from having really not much new public art or art in the public realm for a good, since the millennium really was the last major set of like public works in Coventry, which kind of sort of fell fairly flat after a while, and I think people are not even aware that those were commissioned, those works that exist in Coventry from the millennium, people are not really sort of aware of them as artworks, interestingly. And now we have an explosion of murals of varying qualities, commissioned by varying different people. We've got performances happening in public spaces regularly, particularly in the city centre. We have new permanent sculptures being commissioned in the city centre, a whole load of stuff happening. And some of the stuff that's very visible immediately, the stuff that's gone up very quickly, which is like the murals, are it's a medium in which it's quite easy to entertain, because a lot of what's happening, I'll make an example of a particular public work which I believe is designed to be permanent or will be there for some time, is a commission by the City Council of Morag Myerscroft, and it's basically it's basically a decoration of a bit of a rundown street in the city centre, which is a street full of shops. It's a series of geometric patterns, very brightly coloured, and new plantings, and that's like her work, and it has transformed the space. And on the whole, once people have got around the fact that she's not a Coventry artist and she's a London artist, people are starting to sort of embrace that. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't do very much more than, it's great that it's there, but it's not doing very much more. And I suppose my question is, should it be doing more? Is that good? Should we be looking for more? And what is it that we're looking for? What is it that constitutes a successful work? Either when we're programming it or as in terms of what you make personally as artists.
Thank you. Well, I can have a little go. I think for me, there's a sort of always this balance between like a transformational art experience and also a sense of ownership over that artwork. And I think the difficulty in terms of like a transformational experience, I mean like something which opens up a new way of looking at the world or your community or place or something, or it changes something. Something has changed in you, and ideally there's been a collective sort of transformation through that work. I think that's like quite a lofty ambition of the work, but I think it happens sometimes. But the issue with that is that it can then move into spectacle a lot of the time, because it's easy, I think it's easier to sort of maybe program something that you know is going to have a big transformational aesthetic experience, and it will have that moment, but that moment will come and go, and you're not left with any sense of kind of ownership. Hasn't kind of become part of the identity of that place and the people that experienced it. So I think in terms of like, say, co-production or consultation and things, I think that's the kind of issue sometimes, that if you go too far down that direction of focusing on co-production and making sure that there's been a very careful process and all of that, you can lose that transformational effect sometimes in kind of by putting all of the focus on that kind of ownership and making sure everybody has had a democratic sort of say in that thing, whereas I think actually that kind of ownership can emerge in a more organic way a lot of the time by being present in the community and working on it, and people also loving the experience of the thing itself, which is kind of why you're hired in the first place. You have something that you bring to it as an artist, as a professional kind of creative person. So I think it's, yeah, that kind of balance between those two of success, and it's a hard thing to pull off.
Kadisha, can I put you on the spot and ask you to talk a bit more about the mural in that respect? I wondered if, in terms of what's your audience? What, you know, I mean, I saw that work. It feels more like, so we've been talking a lot today about co-production and processes of commissioning and co-production, which I think we all value. I'm not sure if co-production is always necessary in successful public art. And also I was thinking about your mural because, you know, I was kind of talking about these things which are quite spectacular, but your mural, which literally like is a wallpaper, sort of feels like part of the wallpaper, if you like, but not, and it's more in the role of an intervention. I don't know if I don't want to say provocation, but I wondered if you had any thoughts around that.
Provocation is probably the right word. So I would say in terms of that, so the approach with the block commission, there wasn't much consultation, there was no consultation in terms of the wider public. For me, it was a direct consultation with block and myself and my experiences and things that I wanted to put out. But I was very much aware that it was still my message and it was still my work I was putting out, and I felt like at some point that might have been beneficial to be able to have some kind of community engagement, but this commission didn't provide for that. But my current one that I'm currently doing, that I can't really speak about, that's got more community consultation, and for me that's very important in terms of the artwork, because if we're placing pieces of artwork in one's cities, they need to be able to see themselves in the artwork and engage with the message that we're trying to put forward. And I find for myself that within our city there's lots of artworks, etc., but there's not much representations in terms of various different artists or communities that are involved with making that artwork, but yet that is there as a representation for all. So it's finding that balance of being able to have an entry point where one's in the community can look at the artwork and feel like it belongs to them, as well as you putting out the message that you're doing. So I think both approaches can work, but currently for myself, I think it's more important in terms of public sculpture to have a holistic and collaborative approach, not just from the community, but from various other organisations that have input into the city, so that it is truly a collaborative input, and then it comes to that point where they trust us, the artists, to kind of visualise and make sense of all of that information, and through that we come to the design, or we come to the work that speaks to all of us and we're all happy with. So that's kind of the approach that I prefer to do or I'm currently doing.
And I mean, we're kind of talking about pluralism here a bit. Sure. So if you don't mind, if I kind of throw this over to you a bit, Sally, because I think you have like a really interesting, a really sound model that you're sort of working from in the people that you work with, but I wondered if you could talk about how you choose the people that you work with and who gets missed out. And I'm not saying that in a way that I know that you can't work with everyone, but I wondered if you could talk a bit about that in your practice.
Yeah, I can. It's super tricky because the Creative People and Places programme does come with a good chunk of money, and making decisions about which communities you work with and which you don't is a super tricky one, and has to be based on a really clear rationale. The programme that we work on to date has been about working with specific communities. So we have 5 priority communities that we work with, and that we have worked with over the last 9 years. And it's evolved the way that we work with them. So when we first started out, it was about putting artists out into the community to get an understanding of that community and the things that they were interested in. And over time it evolved, and each of the communities we work in developed community groups of their own. They constituted those community groups. We then got to a place where we started putting in a little bit of match so that those constituted groups could raise their own funding and they have their own ability to manage and deliver projects. And now we are at a point where we have numerous arts projects across the borough that don't need us anymore, which is exactly where we should be. It's, you know, for me, Creative People and Places is about doing ourselves out of a job. It's about enabling, it's about supporting and upskilling groups to be able to deliver what it is that's important to them. A very good example of this is Bulby by the Sea, that's happening in Bulby in a few weeks' time. It's a community festival. They've raised 20 grand of their own money. They are managing it themselves. They've done all of their own risk assessments. And really all we're doing now is putting a little bit of match in to help them lever in that funding. And we'll show up on the day and we'll be general dogs bodies to them, because that's the point we're at in our working relationship with them. But we have just submitted an application for an additional 3 years of funding, and we're in a very different place in time now, and I think, you know, we can all recognise that the need is very, very different. So what we need to look at now moving into the next 3 years is, where is the need? What is that need? And that need is very much about the communities that have been most impacted by COVID, about periods of lockdown. There's a lot of research out there. It talks a lot about the communities that have been most disadvantaged by it, and that's where we will move our focus. It'll be looking at communities from a BAME background, because we know they've been badly impacted. It's about single mums. It's about people who are older and isolated. It'll be about young people who have left university, have found themselves having to move back home to communities that they perhaps don't feel a part of anymore, and to find ways of helping to enable them to be part of a creative community again here where they live.
There's lots more questions I'd like to ask, but I feel like do we have time for questions, Mike? I feel like we've got some interesting voices on the floor. It would be good to get some questions.
I'm in a hole because it hasn't been sanitised, I'm afraid.
Okay. Hi everybody. I'm from Sheffield. It's not really a question, it's more of a response to what I've just been hearing. And I'm involved, and have been for years, in a thing in Sheffield called Sharrow Lantern Festival. And what happens in Sharrow Lantern Festival is that people get the means of production. So they get all the raw materials, and they get a space to do it with, and they get 2 months to work towards reclaiming the streets with a 1,000 strong, more than 1,000 strong festival through Sharrow. And what's happened with it is that because it's such a blank canvas to work from, and because artists are involved in pushing the festival forward every year, myself included, it's become part of the fabric of Sharrow. And as a response to it, the people in the houses on the route that the festival takes place celebrate it by putting coloured lights in their houses, standing outside the windows and leaning out the windows and out the doors and cheering on. And there were 2 things that you spoke about, really, 2 points. The first point, I think, was about ownership. So in this situation, the ownership is utterly and completely with the people who are making the artworks, and the people who are helping them know how to do it. and have made big ones themselves. The second point is it's utterly collaborative, and what happens in the room is that there's a really good buzz, and that buzz gets bigger and bigger and bigger through the 2 months of work towards the final festival. And everybody helps everybody else. If somebody's not quite finished, there's a push on, and everybody helps each other. Now, what's happened is that it's become quite famous in Sharrow, and it's spread. So now people have taken possession of it in different areas of Sheffield. They've heard about it, they've said, we want that, and they've started running workshops in the same way that we run workshops. And so it's spread right across Sheffield. I'm wondering how far embedded in Doncaster culture it is, because if it isn't, I'd like to be a part of it. So maybe I should be talking to you, Sally, I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds super interesting. We're actually looking at running a project that doesn't sound too dissimilar to that in Rosington in October. It's a project that's becoming a bit of a national project. It's called Window Wonderland, and it is that very thing that you've just spoken about, where we provide packs, we provide access to artists, and communities are encouraged to make their own work and put it in their windows on one evening of the year, and then people can go out and experience each other's artwork, which obviously in a COVID era is a very good way of developing an outdoor event. But that's grown out of a community parade that was happening in Rosington, and this has become sort of the next inevitable step for them to try to engage as many people as possible in the creation of their own work. So it'd be good to talk to you a little bit more about what you've been doing. See if we can learn anything from you.
Are there any questions? All right, can we have a round of applause for all of the speakers, please? Thank you. Now, Lorna Collins, could you come up here, please? You away, Paul. Thank you very much. We're coming back. Okay, cheers. So, Lorna Collins is one of the artists exhibiting in the Birdsong show in collaboration with Angela Robson, who's taking photographs of us as we speak. And Angela started out making an extremely interesting new work under the Birdsong commissioning scheme. And for one reason or another, ended up collaborating with Lorna, who stands here before us. Tomorrow we've got 2 film shows. We've got Elin Lee's premiere with her film actors at about 11:30. And we are also going to be premiering Angela's film with Lorna, and they're going to do a Q&A. It's an extraordinary story. The journals, which are on display in the Birdsong show, are mind-bending. They've never been shown in public before. And there was a moment when Lorna actually became quite anxious about putting them in the post, like registered, special recorded delivery and everything, because what they are, what they represent and what they contain. However, we'll do that tomorrow, but now I'm just going to hand over to Lorna Collins for 5 to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mike. So I've been asked to talk to you about, is that better? Is that okay? Space, the sound is okay? Yeah. I've been asked to speak to you about public. A little journey, so please raise your imaginations, okay? Because we're going to India, okay? Imagine a hot, arid, orange landscape. We are in Chhattisgarh in South India, and we meet the Adivasis, the indigenous Indians, and we speak to them. And they say they can't speak English, but they speak in a dialect that few people understand, but we have a translator. And the Adivasis say, we are faceless, we are spaceless, we are denied any kind of human rights. Our land is being destroyed by mining. We are on the margins of society, we cannot survive. Now, this is a story about the defects of capitalism, about power, colonialism. But how do the Adivasis respond? They respond by weaving silk, embroidering silk, and telling stories. The oral tradition in Adivasi language and history is immense. They tell stories. They don't have books. They tell stories orally. And their history is transmitted to generations to come via telling stories. So what is this? Telling stories. What has that to do with public, being public and making space? Well, my whole life is about telling stories. My story is immense, and I hope you will see this in the film. This is not just a plug for the film, this is a methodology. We tell stories to make space public. And I want us to think about how Doncaster can tell its story, and what is the ArtBomb story? What stories can we make here and now to make this space public? So I'm going to start a story, and then we'll see where it takes us. This is Exquisite Corpse, the surrealist game. I'm sure some of you, if not all of you, may have heard of it. What happens is I start off a story, and when I reach the end of my imagination, which has no ends, but I might pause it for a second, then someone else takes on the imagination and the inspiration and continues the story. We don't have very long. I don't know how long I've been speaking for, but we don't have long, so we have to be quick. So, once upon a time, I saw a flamingo. Who's going to carry on that? I'm not looking at anyone. Just shout out. The flamingo's legs were solid in the salty water. Thank you. The strange thing about this flamingo was that it wasn't pink. It was made of gold. It glistened in the morning sun. Ooh, this is the next level of Doncaster. That day was dark and raining. And the flamingo was depressed. What did the flamingo do? It cried. Which was weird because it was a gold-plated plastic flamingo in the charity shop window. But the child was looking at it. And it, he or she, or they, he, and he asked his mum if she could buy it from the shop.
And the shopkeeper said, no, it belongs in the parallel state.
And the shopkeeper said, no, it belongs in the parallel state. And on that note, do I get to finish it?
I think we should invite the parallel state up.
Where's Schmidt? Parallel state team.
Okay, parallel state.
It's your turn to finish the story and start the story.
You maybe should say a little bit about how you had to create your own space.
Okay. Right.
Just in the short version.
Okay. I made space for myself because with creativity I have wings. There is more space in my brain opened when I am creative, when I make, when I create, when I paint, when I write, when I take photographs, film, dance, imagine, and all is free. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Hello. We're going back into thanks. We're going back to the parallel state, ladies and gents. Welcome back. Hope lunch was good. I enjoyed lunch. I know we've had a bit after lunch already, but lunch was absolutely bang on. So whoever needs thanking for lunch, thank you. Rash's mum. Rash and Rash's mum, your heroes. Thank you. So back to the parallel state. So today for our next speaker, we have Bipolar Abdul. Bipolar Abdul is a performance artist and founder of Fluidity, Doncaster's only drag group. It's Pride Week in Doncaster this week, if you're not already knew. And Bipolar has been collecting thoughts about a reimagined Doncaster in the parallel state from the LBGT plus communities. So, Bipolar.
Hello. I hope you like my outfit. I wanted something that said, "Tell me you're queer without telling me you're queer." So that's what this lovely number is. So I've been collecting some thoughts from my community about what Doncaster could look like in the parallel state. I think a lot of it is kind of predictable what we would like and what we feel, but I'll just go straight into it. Coming out culture is a completely alien thought in the parallel state. It's something that we've never heard of before. People are, and that's just how it is. Displays of affection don't make us a target. Completely safe to just lean over and kiss our partner in public and not think twice. Equality in adoption. I don't know if people are aware of the struggles that queer people go through in adopting children. It's a lot more difficult than if a hetero couple would want to adopt. Accepted completely in religion. I know now things are a lot more progressive. It's not as difficult to be both queer and religious now, but there's still a long way to go. Sexuality and gender is fluid within every being. Everyone. There's no homo, no hetero, no cis, and no trans. No names needed for these things because every person and every being is completely fluid within themselves. Blue and pink are just two colours with absolutely no connotations. We shed gender roles and they just become things that people do based on interests or individual circumstances. Everyone is free to enjoy their damn lives without fear of what people will think or do. And finally, we are never overtly celebrated because we have never been oppressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bipolar. So hopefully in a bit, when the panel comes back, we'll be able to have some questions about the quotes that Bipolar just went through with us. Definitely some interesting things brought up there. So our next speaker today is going to be JJ Chan. JJ Chan is an artist working across sculpture, moving image and writing. Through storytelling and world building, JJ's work searches for new worlds made from the ashes of the present. So born in Doncaster, they grew up in Skello behind the counter of a Chinese takeaway on Skello Road. They are currently artist in residence in Block Projects in Sheffield and is now based in London, where they are a senior lecturer in fine art at Kingston School of Art. JJ is a member of the Artist Collective, a Particular Reality and the Rising Buns. So today, JJ will present a series of rhetorical questions, imagining and unimagining the social and economic and political contexts of the prevailing now. So JJ asks, as we emerge out of lockdown, what normalities are we going to accept? And in the parallel state, where we are all migrants, what of our culture, of our Donny, will we bring with us? JJ.
Thanks very much. Wow, I didn't realize how pretentious my statement sounded until it was read by somebody else. But thanks for inviting me along. I want to carry on the story that Lorna had started, and I'd like to carry on the next bit by saying that that little boy is standing in front of you right now, and that little boy is no longer as little, and no longer a boy, and they moved away when they were 18, like a lot of their friends did, and like a lot of my friends, we were all very proud of being from Doncaster. Somehow, everywhere we went, to say that we were from Doncaster made us think that people thought we were more down to earth. So then I was invited back to Doncaster this week, and the first time that I've been invited back as an artist. And I was invited to think about Doncaster in the parallel state, where the golden plastic flamingo resides, behind the glass of the charity shop. And so I'm going to follow up with a few questions that we might ask ourselves as we enter the parallel state. And that's where I'll start. And the first of those questions, which Josh pointed out for us, was what of Doncaster should we keep? As we leave this old Doncaster, what should we take with us? At the very beginning of the emergence of COVID-19, it's back in 2019, Mark Rappolt, who is an editor of a fancy art magazine called Art Review Asia, wrote that the devastating impact of COVID-19 makes art and the communities that engage with it more worthy of preservation than ever. As a response, I later wrote in another fancy magazine, what's worth preserving? I wasn't sure what Mark wanted to save about contemporary art and the communities that engaged with it. Is the art world that we currently have something that we really want to keep? Would it belong in a parallel state where all citizens are equal? What kind of art was he talking about, I wondered? And who made up most of the communities that engage with it? His statement seemed to separate those who did and did not engage with art, and left me wondering, were the people he had in mind really the ones that needed most protection right now? And now as we come back to some sense of normal, or at least we talk about returning to normal, I'm left wondering whether normal really is where we want to be. If the normal is what we had before. I went on to write, as we start to rebuild our normalities, we need to ask ourselves what our past normalities had neglected. What had they marginalized? What we might bring with us into the newly emerging. As we emerge out of lockdown, what normalities are we going to accept? And today I'm going to ask a few more questions like this, and hopefully this will help us to continue the story far beyond today. All of these questions are rhetorical. They don't anticipate answers. When we have answers, we ought to ask new questions. And I should make a bit of a disclaimer because I used some of these words before in a performance lecture I gave a couple of months ago to the Yorkshire and Humber Visual Arts Network. But I've said the things that I'm going to say now time and time again. But today I'm going to start with these questions. Is it normal for contemporary art to be exclusive? Is it normal for the art world to rely on unpaid labor? Is it normal for contemporary art to rely on inequality? Contemporary art is open to the public again, we are told. Welcome, we are told. But who is welcome here? Who feels welcome here? Is art an invitation as much as inviting as it claims to be? Can everyone take part and take part to the same degree? And some issues, they're systemic, right? So who makes the rules? Who decides that we ought to go back to the way that things were done? Whose normal might we be returning to? What parts of Doncaster over the last 2 years should we keep hold of? As we emerge from this third, fourth lockdown, do we want to bring anything with us into the newly emerging, whatever it is we're heading, from this space, from here? The art world is a set of relations of which we are all a part, that Donny is a part of too. In fact, the world is a set of relations that we're all a part, and so what exists tomorrow, we all help to construct. In the last year, it has become clear to us that we experience ourselves not as isolated entities. Our breath has become toxic to other bodies, our proximity a danger to the strangers and communities around us. No one acts alone. What I mean by that is that our actions in the world don't only affect ourselves. Our actions implicate others. Our words implicate others, and our ideas implicate others. Who do our thoughts affect? Who do we think with? Who do we think for? We have been implicated. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I can ever be without. I nicked those words from a Harry Styles song. How many words that are leaving my mouth right now will become words that form beneath another's tongue, speaking, sharing, building worlds to come? What and whose questions will come from the questions I ask today? It's easy to blame our problems on our institutions, right? Because it's not personal. Somehow they're larger than life. They're imagined and mystified. Where's the start? Who is a part? Who is the institution? Through whom does the institution have its words, its rules, its systems? And as what do they become in the realities of the everyday? What do they become for us? A punch in the face, a pinch at the waist, a tear, a puddle, a bubble. Are we in a bubble? Fake news, bad news, good news too. Something's on fire. Hope it's okay. Can you see me? Can't you see me? CCTV, PPE, blueprints for the otherwise, something old, something new, breakout room, feedback loop. Do you believe in racism? Black square, yellow ribbon, pride flag. Clap for the NHS. Put me on your Insta story, an inventory of infographics. 1, 2, 3, 4. Calm down. Football, vaccine, heatwave, Brexit, missile, Love Island. I hear that Team GB is doing well. I'm always late to these things. Here I am, trying to find my place. Still, in the meantime, looking for myself. Doncaster in the parallel state. I'm not quite sure I know where Doncaster is from the beginning. What does tomorrow look like? What does emerging look like? What utterances today might be worlds tomorrow? What did England even end up bringing home? This is a critique, a moan, a whine, a whinge. How can we transform these words, these ideas, into a practice of optimism, action, and change? Stepping up, being loud, speaking out, be quiet, saying no, why not? Letting go, what of? Lifting up, share the mic, stepping back, who for? Moving, shaking, drinking, crying. Will you step up and speak out? Say no, let go. Lift up your friends. Speak up, speak now, speak soon, speak later. What does it mean to be emerging? Could emerging be our method? Is it a process? Is it to embody the work in progress? An identity, or an ontology, if you want, as in process, writes Anushka Bailey. An ontology of being in practice seeking a momentary glimpse of absolute contentedness in the face of capitalist time to undermine the now. Leap into tomorrow. We are all emerging and emerging together, co-emerging, co-creating, forming relations that will support one another or not. We might be co-creating relations that exclude, that support some and not others. We might be imagining our tomorrow as a time and space in which some people aren't welcome. Where will they be present? Why are they absent? Who is not in our forum today? Who isn't with us, and how are they implicated by the words that we share? The relations that form the arts of tomorrow are ours to make. The quorum is ours to decide. What will replace the future when the future goes away? What will we imagine instead? What comes after that won't mimic or replicate or recreate a practice of the colonial? And this question comes with another question, which is who should have the power, the control, the agency to take us to this new space, this new state? Being late is also sometimes early. Before the punch, the pinch, the tear, the puddle, the bubble, the news. What time is it? Asks Leanne Naidoo. Is it the pain, she writes, of being forced back into the present world after a premonition of a different one that feels like a curse? Ideas matter worlds. Imagine a new time. So let's talk about this next time. In new time, let's make time to ask rhetorical questions because the world is ticking, work is calling, emails, emails, emails. Who's going to pay the bills? Zoom, Skype, meeting after meeting, pub quiz, leaving do, baby shower, watching, waiting. What do artists do all day? What time is it anyway? Time to dream. Take some time to dream. Our work is just to dream. So, in Doncaster, we dream.
Thank you, JJ. Wow. Yeah, great. Love the writing at the end. But yeah, so really incredibly thought-provoking. Definitely going to be questions asked after this. So our next speaker today is Claire Devaney. I hope I've got that right in pronunciation. Claire. So Claire is a researcher, strategist, thinker, and practitioner whose academic work explores the dynamics of time and place as the foundation for a new organizational system and progressive measure of success. Claire is a strategic lead for place and culture in the north of England and a two-time TEDx speaker. Claire has worked with the Royal Society of Arts, Tech North, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, and FACT Liverpool. Claire will be asking questions like, what does an economic system look and feel like in the parallel state? How does Doncaster function as an economy without borders? What happens to Doncaster's identity as a northern town when insularity faces outward? When competition is replaced by collaboration, when othering is replaced with holism, when productivity is replaced with purpose, and when the accumulation of monetary wealth is replaced with the accumulation of time. Ladies and gents, Claire.
Hi everyone, thanks Josh. So it's great to be here, thanks very much. Very happy to be here and very happy to be back in the parallel state. My main question throughout the day really has been, why is it the parallel state? Why isn't it just the state? Because it strikes me as a great place to be, particularly because of its focus on holism, on moving away from polarities and binaries and dichotomies, and especially because our existing state as we stand is so entrenched in inequality, in unfairness and injustice. And so we've considered some of these polarized states as opposed to parallel states throughout the day. We've heard about temporary and permanent, about good and bad, about success and failure. The pandemic, as Mike alluded to before, has tested some of that thinking, particularly between the local and the global, the physical and the virtual. These are worlds that have been disrupted. And so we are tested in our thinking, but our thinking really is defined by our three-dimensional perception. those poles that are so entrenched, up, down, left, right, right, wrong, and our ability to perceive of a third space, of a centre ground. And this doesn't just impact our physical space, but also our virtual spaces, our spaces of governance, and our spaces of the economy and our economic understanding. Now, we feel like we're in our spatial perceptions, we feel that we know where here is, we know where Josh is over there, and we know where somewhere in the middle is, so we're quite comfortable with that. But the problem with this three-dimensional understanding, and something that the post-structuralists were well onto, as they say where I'm from, is that when you establish a centre and a centre ground, you actually reinforce the polarities on either side. You create boundaries and peripheries, and with that you create margins, marginalisation and othering. And as I say, this relates to our economic space as well. So we have an economic space that is defined by the haves and the have-nots, the private and the public. This belongs to me, this is yours, this is mine. So this is the framing of the state that we are in at the moment. And currently I'm working with partners in a governance space, with Arts Council, with Historic England, with the Heritage Fund and with the Environment Agency. And my very grand title in that role is Strategic Lead for Place and Culture in the North. Now I know that there's a lot to unpick about that, but let's start with the North. So in a parallel state where there's no polarities, where there is no North and South, what is the North? Does it mean the end of my job? So the North as a concept, you know, we have put up with a state of othering in which we are now faced with policies around levelling up, around the skills gap, around the talent gap, around just this massive gap, right, between Coventry and Scotland. So from within this gap, part of the job that I'm doing with all of those partners that I mentioned is to reframe and reclaim the Northern narrative, to tell our own story in our own voice, and to tell that proudly and confidently about we are the North. Now, this isn't the first time that I've thought about the North-South paradox and relationship. In fact, I had quite an existential moment, a kind of road to Damascus, and I was not at NASA, and I was not at Davos, and I didn't have to build a cock rocket on the back of unpaid Amazon workers to reach this moment. No, I was on the M74 travelling down from Dumfries to back to England. So my partner who's with me today is part Scottish. We spend a lot of time up in Scotland, and actually driving around this region today, I've seen that there are plenty of places where you might have your own experience of this, right? So even this morning I saw Barnes lead the south, but this was my moment. So Carlisle, which for those of us who live in the northwest of the country is like the tip of the northern iceberg. As we are travelling back down to England, no, Carlisle is in the south. So here I am on the motorway thinking, what is the North? What is the South? Whose North is it anyway? And so even though this might look quite an innocuous motorway sign, and as I say, there are plenty of them, actually this represents a blip in the space-time continuum. This is the same space-time order that governs our economic structure, and our approach to that is through globalization, something that David Harvey calls a downward spiral, the annihilation of space over time. And so how we've structured our economy is that we've carved a limited resource, space, into tiny parcels, and we trade those parcels. We go to war over those parcels. We put a flag in those parcels. And each time we do that, there is less and less space. This is the stealth privatization of the space, and it is not very stealthy at the moment. So we're stuck in this downward spiral, and it is space over time. What we have the opportunity to do at the moment, and going back to my role with those partners, I'm looking at place and culture in the North. The difference between space and place was captured beautifully by the human geographer Tuan, who said that place is location plus meaning, and it is that meaning that is so important and makes the whole difference. Thinking about the provocation about what Doncaster is as a northern town in the parallel state. This is Doncaster as a place. What does that mean? This is embedded in the culture of the people and the place. And we have an opportunity to think about place and time instead of space and time. So how do we create that meaning? How do we change something that we are caught on this downward spiral and flip it around so that instead of losing space over time, we create time through place? And we can do that. We can contribute to our own time, to making time, to generating time, to time for ourselves as people, as a species, for other species, and for the planet. Now, you might well be thinking, which planet is this woman from at this point, right? And what's this got to do with Doncaster? But as we've seen today, and thinking about what place means and what public space and public places are, when we attribute meaning and when we embed meaning and culture, what those spaces would look like in a parallel state is places like this. This is what we are creating here, a location with meaning, with exchange of knowledge, exchange of ideas. This is creating a future Doncaster and experiencing it now. So what would that look like? What is Doncaster as a northern town in the parallel state? Well, is it north? Is it south? Is it a bird? Is it plain? No, it's super Doncaster. And, you know, I was really moved by Lorna's piece. I'm so glad that you spoke with us, because even that plastic, depressed gold flamingo in the box in the charity shop doesn't know that it's made out of plastic, right? The flamingo thinks it's made of gold, and in the eyes of that child, it is made of gold. And so Lorna said, with creativity, she has wings. With creativity, Doncaster has wings. It's time to fly. Doncaster rocks. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Absolutely amazing. Doncaster does rock, and it does have wings, and watch this space. So I'd like to now invite the panel and our co-curator, Elin Lee, co-curator of the Parallel State, and Elin is also an artist and a filmmaker, Sheffield-based, so that'll be something to have a discussion with her about later for you guys. I love it. Yeah, I wasn't going to fully plug, but yeah, let's go for it. Plug! Yeah, no, thanks very much. And obviously, the guys who spoke, come on up and we'll get you on the stage and questions fired at you. Well, thanks.
So should we share this mic? You can keep that one as and you can keep that one. Again, a big thank you to the speakers for the second session of the Parallel State. Some really thoughtful and insightful and poetic responses to the provocation of what does a northern town look like in the parallel state and what happens in its public spaces. I think one of the recurring themes for the talks this afternoon and this morning was this notion of time. So I'd like to sort of spend a little bit of time kind of unpicking that, digging a little bit deeper into that. JJ, do you want to sort of talk a little bit more about what you're referring to when you talk about time in your presentation?
So I quoted Leanne Naidoo, who is student activist from the Roads Must Fall campaign in South Africa. And people were asking a question like, well, who's got time to be an activist? When can we do it? Activism is just for, people who have resources, people who have time. They don't have to work a 9-to-5 job or a 9 till 10 job. So she said, well, whose time is it anyway? You're referring to time, but you're talking about a specific kind of time, capitalist time. Time that is out of our control, that's taken out of our control. Why is all our time taken up with just merely trying to survive? And so she invites this alternative way of assessing time, thinking about time. Now, what are the things that mean that our time is taken up by being able to survive within the systems that we live in? Well, the reason is because the systems that we live in are asking of us to offer it certain things in order to be successful within it. And so also this question is then, is there other kinds of success? Is there success that can be found outside? Can we find other ways of surviving that aren't reliant on participating in these kinds of systems? Can we support one another? Are there resources that we can pool together to support the communities around us so that we have time to dream and to be activists and to change the world? Because at the moment we're constantly distracted. But our world is set up so that we feel very much that our realities, when we come into difficulties or when we come into successes, that somehow that they are determined by our individualistic behavior. But actually, if we can recognize that, and especially this year, given that we recognize how much we implicate the lives of others just through our being near someone, we can cause someone to have a really serious illness. And so if some simple action such as breathing causes these massive implications for other people, what do our other actions implicate other people into? And how do we create actions that mean that we don't implicate inequalities in other people's lives? How do we create systems that mean that other people have time, and time perhaps also to offer to one another, to support each other? And I think that's what I was really referring to, how we might rethink about the time that we have on our hands. Should we be chasing the goals that we're chasing, or spending time worrying about the things that we're worrying about, or are there other things that we can be thinking about instead? And still survive, of course.
Thank you. Bipolar, does that resonate with you, this idea of time? Do you think about, where do you choose to invest your time? And also this notion of leaving and staying in Doncaster is something that's been explored through the parallel state sessions. And I know we've talked privately about this, so it's up to you what you want to say. But was there a notion about at what point do you want to commit your time and energy to Doncaster and reimagining its future?
Well, I spent most of my teenage life thinking, God, I can't wait to get away from this place. What an absolute nightmare. And then, life happened and I ended up with a child and I ended up staying. Still not majorly happy about it. And then one night sort of changed everything, and that was when I met the co-founder of Fluidity Doncaster. And it really was just like a whirlwind from that point. And now I see what we've done and what we continue to do and what we've built up, and I look at the younger people that come to the Fluidity events, and I would never leave Doncaster based on those people, because I look at them and I think of the amount of confusion and pain and hurt and like hating myself and not understanding myself, where I sat on the gender spectrum and literally just thought I was a weirdo for a really long time. And if I'd have had bipolar Abdul and Ebony White when I was 15, then I'd have realised who I was and where I sat. So it's really important, I feel, for me to stay and to be that leading force for young queer people in Doncaster. And going back to what you said about time to be an activist, it's just something that I do day to day now. Like for me, activism begins at home. I have a young daughter, and I teach her about all the stuff that we do as a drag family, and just by being out there in drag, being around people and being able to be an information source. Now that we've got the library, which is a gay bar in Doncaster now, we have straight couples, we've got hetero couples coming along, and they have questions, and we're in a position to be able to answer them. So just sort of by me existing in a hell of a lot of makeup and a wig, I'm like teaching people in a way that has never been seen in Doncaster before. And it's quite exciting. So just by having that platform, I can be an activist in Doncaster quite easily now.
Great, thank you. Claire, do you want to expand on your ideas of time and the parallel state in Doncaster?
Yeah, I will do. Thanks, Elin. So I've never really understood why our economic structure is based on space, right, rather than time. It's based on physical space rather than time, because it feels to me like if our end game is not our survival and the survival of other species and the survival of the planet, what is it? What is the end game? And I've never really got to the end of that. And so it's been great to be in the parallel state and being able to think about a system, a situation where we are focused on that. Now, I have quite a strange personal relationship with time. I've known Mike for many years. I worked with him at FACT, or for him at FACT, and I was always late then, and I'm still always late. Mike was probably late, so that's fair, actually. I've never owned or worn a watch. I hate clocks, as my partner can confirm. Hate them. We've actually got a hole in the wall where the clock was once, because I can't bear them. And my friends created something called #Devo Time. So my surname, as we were discussing before, Elin, is Devani, which in Scouse is Devo, right? So Devo Time is when I show up for things, basically. and so this is my very complex relationship with time. But I think that everybody has had a complex relationship with time over the lockdowns and over the pandemic, and particularly in terms of, not having to go to work, not having to clock in, not having monetized time for us to understand what time is, has really disrupted everyone's day. What do we do with all this free time now that we're not on a time per hour rate, right? We know that some people are not on a time per hour rate, or are on, or then there's in this real kind of dereliction of time, the 0 hours contracts now, right? So all of this is happening at this moment in time, and with that challenge around the disruption of time comes opportunity as well, right? So it feels to me like a really simple way of changing our economy, because we've gone through place, which is still a fairly nebulous concept. We're getting a well-being economy now, which is even more nebulous, right? But everyone understands what time is: time, seconds, minutes, and even the things that you might think are complex. So another complex relationship I have with my toaster, just to mention that when you get 1 to 6 or 7 on a toaster, right? I always thought that was levels of browniness, like levels of toastiness. But now it's just minutes. The toaster is in minutes. It's 1 minute, 2 minutes, 6 minutes, whatever. So this absolutely blew my mind, right? And, you can see that and I wasn't even, so I have these moments when I'm on the motorway in Dumfries, or when I'm in my kitchen making me toast, whatever. I'm a ball to be with. Anyway, so time is something that we all recognise, and even in those situations where we think it's more complex, it can actually be very simple, and I think that this is the way that we should be reframing our economy, to think about making time. How do we accumulate more time for ourselves and for our planet? Thank you.
Thank you. I really like, JJ, what you said about, if you're late, or maybe you're not late, maybe you're early.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I was just thinking about what you were saying, bipolar, and you for you perhaps that was late, but you're also trying to catch an earlier moment for other people. And this is a kind of reassessment of time. And I was also thinking as you were speaking that actually being an activist isn't a choice. Being an activist is something that, at least for me, and I'm sure for you too, that comes with being in a body. Somehow walking down the street as a queer Chinese body means that you are an activist. Somehow that you have to assert your right to be on the street. And you walk down the street and people would act in a certain way to make you feel like you shouldn't be on the street. And so somehow there is this activism that you can't move away from. Oh, unless you hide, I suppose. But if you want to live your life, then you're an activist. And there are things that happen in life, things that also the systems around us create, that we can call boundaries or challenges, but certain things happen that mean that we have less time to be activists. And actually what that means is that we have less time to be ourselves, that somehow there is some kind of oppression happening where we are less able to walk down the street or have the time to walk down the street looking like who we look like or acting like how we should act. Somehow if we don't have the time to walk down the street feeling comfortable, then is that somebody taking control of that time? And that really struck me when you were talking about your experience and having to find yourself later on in life because there wasn't the luxury of that time beforehand. And that's what you're giving also to these young people now. You're giving them some time and space to think. Yeah. That was just something, that wasn't really in response to anything, but I just wanted to rethink about some of the things you said as well.
Did you want to respond?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and there were large parts of my life where I tried to sort of hide away from it. But then it just got really overwhelming and it started just spilling out everywhere anyway. And I think in Doncaster it can be hard to be who you are. There aren't many of us that are, so overtly ourselves, shall we say. And when I was young, I'd never heard of non-binary. I had no idea what it was. And even when I kind of pinned it, that's what it was, I still didn't know the name for it, and I was 26. And I was already doing drag, and I had this big, massive, pivotal moment where I shaved my eyebrows off so that I could do more with makeup, and looked at myself in the mirror and just stood there and looked at this face that had no eyebrows on it. And that was the moment that I realised that this level of androgyny was the most comfortable I'd ever felt. And then I sort of put 2 and 2 together and realised that, I'm a non-binary woman, and I'd never really heard it before. And you hear a lot now that people are like, oh, all these new things that are happening now, they're coming out now, and all these young people, all these new things. It's not new, it's just that we all thought we were incredibly weird and not like anybody else. I used to look at women walking down the street and think, like, when am I going to feel like she feels? And the answer's never, because I'm not like that. So for us to be able to be that information source and like educate people, and not just young people, but older people, straight people, and do that in Doncaster, I think that's, we are heading towards a better space in that way.
Yeah. And that's why I say I don't know what Doncaster is either, because Doncaster, all the way as I was growing up until 18, Doncaster in my imagination was still based on very solidified stereotypes of Doncaster. And those stereotypes are the things that also hold us back from being ourselves here, because we we assume Doncaster is a certain way. And as an adult, I think, well, you know, Doncaster is this kind of cluster of things that are being held together by these stereotypes, but the stereotypes are fictions. The stereotypes are things that are kind of a patchwork of assumptions about what this town is. And to think instead about not what is Donny, but what Donny could be, feels like a much more appropriate question to always be asking. You know, we might think, oh, well, what could Donny be now? And then we might get there and it'll be the ideal state, but that's kind of not true. When we get to the parallel state, we then have to be asking, well, what's the parallel state from here? And this is also what I mean by constantly trying to undermine the now, because when we get there, it will present its own set of contradictions, its own set of challenges. So, and also people change, you know. So the parallel state is a kind of wobbly state, I think.
And it was also important that you posed the question about who's doing the reimagining.
Yeah.
So who's here in the space to dream collectively, who's invited to the collective imagining, and who is telling the story. So, I mean, I think it's important that we all take a bit of time to have a look at some of the content that's in the backroom polling station. So there's some beautiful drawings by roughly like 11-year-old kids who looked after kids in Doncaster. And they were really pleased to be asked to be, you know, have a seat at the table. Maybe in another event, they would be actually in this room. But to take the time to go and actually, you know, engage with some of their thoughts about what Doncaster could be in the parallel state would be a really important contribution to today's experience as well. So I'd like to just open it up to the floor if there's any questions or comments. I'm not sure how long we've got at this point, but if anyone's keeping time. 5:10. So if there's any questions or comments, I'm sure these guys could keep talking, so don't feel too pressured. I'm just trying to... Go on, Mike.
I suppose I'm very, very interested in a sense, the whole of the subject of that panel. There's a Taiwanese artist, Jay Taché, who did 6 one-year-long performances. He's one of my heroes, if I'm allowed heroes. And he did 6 one-year-long performances. He was an illegal migrant to New York. And he was a carpenter. He worked on a boat, got to New York, he became an artist. He was the first contemporary artist from the Republic of China, Taiwan, tongue-in-cheek. And he then did 6 one-year-long performances where he performed living in a room for a year without leaving it, back to back with being tied together by an 8-foot piece of rope to Linda, Montana for a year. He then clocked on, and for me this is the segue, he clocked on every hour of the day on a clocking on machine from a factory in a studio, locked in a studio, day and night for a year. He then lived outside for a year, going under no shelter, in a car, on a bus, on a train, except for the one day when he was arrested. But I get into a scuffle with someone who was homeless. And when he speaks, he always starts off by saying, "Thank you for inviting me here to waste my time." Yeah, and so that's someone, and in a sense this links to one of the comments that Lorna was kind of opening up, really, of that, the sense of, it's about agency, and it's about permission, and it's about hierarchy and power, which of course is contextual and changes. You know, it's not just who you are, who you think you are, it's about where you are or who's looking. And I think that I really like what all of you are saying, really, in terms of sort of wanted to shift the balance between the value of place, which relates to capital and material, through to really genuinely valuing time. And sorry for wasting all of your time. So that isn't a question at all.
Hi there, everyone. I just want to let everyone know, especially the speakers, that this dialogue does not end when ArtBomb ends. This space is open for dialogue. We've hosted TDOR and transmission and trans support group and non-binary support groups in this building. And I also want to add a theological point. The deepest religious freedom from the very beginning of time is not simply the freedom to change your mind about what you think you believe. It's the freedom to change your mind about who you think you are.
Has anyone got a question?
I'm myself not sure if that's going to be a question or actually an appreciation statement, but I think it's the first time, and I appreciate Bipolar and JJ for saying what they said, because relating being queer different to time. And that is something I've never really thought about growing up as a queer person, and actually not understanding what is wrong. And now when I was listening to you for a moment, I was hit with this slight sense of grief of having lost or having been taken this time when I was younger to be myself, to express myself the way I felt, that something was, I was always kind of maneuvered into a trajectory that never really felt right, by family, by surroundings, and my phases of being extremely masculine or very androgynous or even very feminine, I move through those spaces kind of very freely, what I understand now, but as a young teenager, even as a child, that was always weird. I was like, ooh, you know, what's wrong there? You better not, kind of. So I appreciate that. I appreciate giving me that sense of understanding, but also allowing me to grieve that time, because I feel that's very important, to take the time and understand and grieve the lost time, because that gives an opportunity to more preciously explore the time now and the time going forward. So thank you. It's not a question. No, there we go.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
I'd just like to say in response to that it's a very communal feeling in the queer community that a lot of us didn't actually get to be who we are until we were in our 20s, probably. So, like, I share that grief with you. Yeah, it can be very difficult, but just know that, like, you're not alone in that. Like, a lot of us feel like that. So.
I think time is only wasted depending on the criteria that you're assessing it against. And so, can we imagine a time where it can't be wasted? And I think, if, you know, I also work in an institution. I work in an academic institution, and when I'm sat doing nothing, is that a waste of their time? I don't know. Maybe they would think so, but that's not necessarily a waste of my time. I could choose to. That's maybe how I choose to use my time. And so, if you assess time on a different criteria, you allow yourself. This is a kind of creation of time. It's not. It's when we say make time for yourself. Well, at least what I mean is not to kind of carve out hours and spaces in between, like your lunch break, to think about activism. It's really to give yourself the kind of ability to think in a different structure, not to have to work constantly to deadlines of these external things. You could be doing any job, and you could be thinking creatively on the job. And I don't know if on whose terms that would be a waste of time, but on your terms, that might be a really productive moment.
Thank you. And after the first parallel state session, I was talking with Smiz about wave time, because Smiz has actually got a watch that tells the time by waves. Is that right?
So it's got about 50 different wave locations around the world, and I'm in Scarborough wave time. So if you want to know, it's actually high tide in Scarborough right now, and it tells you the best time you can go and surf.
Who's got the bell?
If it's high tide in Scarborough, I think it's time for a break.
So have a break then. Can we have a round
How's
of
the
applause?
surf in the parallel state?
Parallel state! I'm going to introduce you. Okay, like, just, are you off, Wanna? Excuse me, is that Elin? Elin, are you coming back? All right, but you're going. Thank you for your contribution. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, yeah, enjoyed yours as well. Yeah, thanks. So anyway, Lisa Bird, who's going to moderate this session and introduce our speakers. I met when I first moved to Doncaster. She was one of the first people I met by someone from London who said, "Oh, I've got a friend from Doncaster. He's just moving back to Doncaster." And Lisa herself has got an amazing relationship to Doncaster, which we won't talk about, but she's a powerhouse. So over to Lisa.
Thanks, Mike. So I'm joined on my panel, of which we can't remember what it's called, by the lovely Laurie Peake, who is the director of Super Slow Way, and she'll explain a little bit about that in a minute, hopefully. Alistair McLean-Clark, who is the CEO of Lightforge Academy and 360 Degrees Media, and Jordan Butler, who is the principal urban designer for Doncaster MBC. So I'd like to start with you, actually, Jordan, if you don't mind, because, well, firstly, can you just tell us what you do at DMBC?
Yeah, good question. I'm a principal planner and urban designer at Doncaster Council. Lived in Doncaster, born and raised in Doncaster. Lived here most of my life, apart from going away to university in a short spell in the private sector. So part of my role working within planning is to kind of set the development policies and try and shape how we want to see Doncaster develop physically in the future. And I get involved in a lot of the kind of regeneration work and major projects and advise on the design aspects of those. Public realm projects in the town centre and a lot of regeneration projects that are taking place in Doncaster I have an influence on, and basically trying to get the best quality development and architecture public space we can for Doncaster.
That's actually linked into what I wanted to ask you, because on your LinkedIn account, it says that you work with private developers, community groups, council departments and other stakeholders to raise the quality, as you just mentioned, of the built environment in Doncaster. And my question is, could you define what you mean by raising the quality, what quality actually means in the built environment here in Doncaster? How do you measure quality?
Yeah, I suppose it's different for different types of development, really. You know, in terms of what we're trying to do in terms of public space, I suppose is the main focus of today, is really about trying to create an inclusive and safe environment or spaces where people feel safe, where activity can take place that feels attractive, that's got greenery, you know, that's got activity within there, that's enclosed by buildings and kind of active frontages, all those sort of principles that you see in some of the spaces that we all go to visit on holiday and those sort of things. It's trying to transfer those to our own context. And part of that is to try and create the space for cultural activities to take place, but also part of it is to try and encourage art within the public realm as well. And it's something that I'm really keen on and trying to push within the council and the projects we're working on.
Great. So talking about the town centre in specifically, it's got quite a bad reputation. How do you overcome that, really? How do you can you give us some examples of any kind of quality, to use that word again, developments in the town centre, and are they part of an overall DMBC strategy? And if they go against it, how do they go against it? Or if they fit it, how do they fit it?
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, you say the town's got quite a bad reputation at the moment. I suppose there's a number of kind of social issues that are happening within the town centre that we're all very aware of, and you know we hear day in, day out. And I suppose it's it's holding the town centre back to a degree. On one side, we're trying to create developments that create activity and footfall and bring people in and different uses and support businesses to bring people into Doncaster. But there are certain cohorts of the community who won't come into the town centre because of problems either real or perceived in terms of what's happening in the town centre. And it's something that's been on the council radar. The kind of pendulum swings, it gets bad, it gets better. Certain characters are around for certain times. So it is something very aware of, and it is very much back on the council agenda. And I know for the last few weeks I've been in meetings where there's been new people employed to kind of take on this as a locality issue. You know, at senior levels of the council, they're meeting weekly now, putting plans in place, working with police and other stakeholders and support organisations to help some of the more vulnerable people in the town centre. So it very much is an issue that we're aware of. It's not it's quite a difficult issue to address. It's an issue that you know, many councils, many towns are facing across the country. But I suppose we're trying to increase the amount of activity in the town centre as well, and the feeling of safety, and you know, to counterbalance some of those negative aspects as well, which we are trying to address as well. But it's a slow process to everyone's frustration.
I was reading about Unity Yorkshire, and I don't know if you want to just briefly explain what that is, but also I wondered how that would affect the existing town centre, because essentially what you're doing is you're kind of creating another town centre outside of the town centre. And there's some great buildings, you know, we've all been talking about them here today. There's some amazing buildings, this one being one of them, in Doncaster town centre. And I just sort of looking at Unity Yorkshire, the question that came into my head for you is there a kind of assumption that new is better and old is therefore unwanted? So that, you know, rather than developing all the old buildings within the town centre, you're essentially creating a new town centre somewhere else?
No, definitely not. I mean, in terms of Unity, that's, if people aren't aware, that's a major kind of, I describe it as a new village, really, a large village between Stainforth, Hatfield, Dunscroft and Dunsville, close to the motorway. And it's trying to address a lot of different needs there. It's trying to create job opportunities for people in what is quite a deprived area in one of the former coalfield communities. So it's trying to increase employment prospects for people there. So a large part of it is employment and different types of employment. It's also trying to, you know, regenerate the Hatfield colliery there, that area, in terms of trying to create some meaningful green space and country park for the community. But it's also about creating new housing and housing need and uplifting the housing market within that area to make it a more desirable place to live. So on the back of that, there's a large number of homes there as well. It's not just about meeting the needs in that area, it's about Doncaster. Well, it's a very big borough. That we have got some major constraints. We've got the larger half of the borough is basically green belt. That's very hard to build on. The other half is a floodplain. So, you know, when you take these major constraints into consideration, we have to be very selective about where we build. That is a good site that's going to kind of hopefully help regenerate Stainforth and provide opportunities. It's not going to solve all the problems, but you know, over a 20-year period, it's going to offer things there. I suppose on your question about no, new's not always seen as good, and I think if you ask most planners and urban designers, we tend to live in old houses and in conservation areas and places like that, which kind of reflects our opinion of some new development, and it's nowhere near as good a quality a lot of the new development we see coming forward as what's been built in the past. And we are very keen to kind of respect our heritage wherever we can, preserve that and find new uses, you know, for that heritage, which we're trying to do with a lot of the buildings, like the new museums, an example. You know, that's an unlisted building, but it was very important to the community, so we tried to integrate that within the building. You've probably all got your own views on how successful that's been, but that was the aim anyway, to try and keep hold of those aspects of the heritage that people find important.
Yeah, there was an article in Urban Design Quarterly that you wrote for about redefining post-industrial areas, which Laurie's going to talk a little bit about shortly. But you mentioned just now about record levels of house building in this area. And my question is, why is that happening, do you think? And how to go back to that word of quality from before, how do you maintain quality control in terms of design and materiality when there's so much house building going on?
Yeah, good question. I suppose part of it is natural population growth, in-migration as well into Doncaster. And we've been probably very supportive as a council in terms of we feel like we have got enough land available to support the housing developers. Some would say we've been too soft on them and we've let them get away with things that we shouldn't have. You know, we've supported them a bit too much. And I can think of plenty of examples that I would say where that might be the case, and you know the quality's not been as good as I would have liked to have seen. But that's just one aspect that we have to look at in terms of the development is the design quality. Mm. And I think also it's Doncaster Council has got a real aspiration for growth and to see Doncaster develop economically, and as part of that, we're actually proposing more housing than we would need if the population stayed itself. So we're trying to cater for economic growth, people moving in, jobs being created, which has been relatively successful for the last 10 years. So yeah, that's part of the reason why the number. I suppose in terms of the quality, there's all sorts of planning documents that I'm working on and what we've produced now, where we're trying to up the game in terms of the quality of housing. And one of the things we're hoping to start work on soon is a design code that the government are now trying to encourage us to do. And they're really kind of encouraging us to use, to engage with the community on that throughout the process and get them to be part of shaping that. Right. So I think that could be a real good opportunity just to kind of layer in those elements about that we were talked about earlier about place, rather than, you know, it being generic development that you see all across the country. How do we make it more, how do we create a Doncaster specific identity that means something to people and what's important to people?
Yeah. You mentioned design as well. There's something called a design deficit, isn't there? There's a great quote I read. Most planning authorities feel the acute need for design input into their decision making, but are unable to secure it because of funding and recruitment difficulties. Yeah. Is this something? Is there? We've talked about skills deficits, particularly in the creative industries in Doncaster. Is that something that you've experienced at DMBC?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I'm in a team of one now. In terms of what I do, there was 3 of us 10 years ago, and through austerity we've gradually lost posts across the council. So the capacity that I've got to be proactive and engage properly with communities as much as I would like to is now being severely reduced, and the economic development and the amount of work we've got on it always puts a strain. There's a tension there between what you'd like to do, but in a way, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but Doncaster is lucky that they've got one person. They've got an urban designer who's interested in this and who's promoting quality. A lot of councils haven't. We were talking earlier about how difficult it is for councils. There's a relatively small pool of experienced people, and many of them are working in the private sector now, and it's very difficult for councils to get them back. But the government's very aware of it, and everybody's telling them this is an issue. What they do about it is another matter, and if they can do anything about it. So it's very challenging to actually deliver the quality that people might aspire to, and that the government seems to aspire to now, without having the necessary skills to do that.
We spoke a lot earlier about issues around art in the public realm and being put onto buildings with permission, without permission. So my question to you would be, how do you define art and its relationship to the built environment in Doncaster? And more specifically, really, what role does art and the wider creative industries actually, what role does it have to play in the built environment here, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's an hopefully kind of increasing and improving context for art in Doncaster, and you can hopefully see some of the work that's starting to come through. I suppose we've we're trying to, particularly in the public realm and the public realm projects I'm working on with colleagues, we're pushing that now, and we're starting to see budgets allocated for art within, which is a big win in itself. How we then, the challenge is then how we take that through the process to start commissioning artists and the forms of art. I think as officers we're quite open-minded about that and what that might be, but the funding sometimes limits what we can do. You know, things might have to maybe be more permanent than we would like them to be, and then you get into all the kind of difficulties of who's going to maintain these things and, you know, all that sort of stuff. So it's growing, it's on our radar, it's something I'm definitely pushing. I suppose it's that, it comes back to that, how we then go out to procure an artist and work with us and at what stage, and we're always up against the clock, talking about time again, time pressures, you know, it's difficult to maybe give that sometimes as much time as we would like in the process. The other big factor we have is trying to work with our politicians and move it through a process where they feel like they've got buy-in and they're comfortable with the art that's going to be on display. Again, sometimes as officers we may be more radical in our opinions on that than politicians may be, because obviously they've got an electorate to think about.
Thank you. I just want to bring in Alistair now, because we spoke about a skills deficit, and particularly within design, and maybe the wider creative industries within Doncaster. And Alistair, as I said, is CEO of two companies. One is 360 Degrees Media, but the other one is the Lightforge Academy. And that has direct implications for addressing the skills deficit. So Alistair, would you just explain what Lightforge is, and also 360 within that context as well?
So Lightforge Academy was set up sort of 2.5 years ago to address the shortage in film, television, visual effects skills. The reason we set up the business was because the content business was starting to boom in the UK. So the streaming services were starting to come in, Netflix, Amazon, and now Apple, and Disney and Warner and the big studios were also upping production in the UK. And what we realised was there was going to be a big shortage of crew at every level, literally from gaffer and sparks up to cameraman to across the board, camera person up across the board. And the challenge was that working with Screen Skills, who are the government body, we realised there are specific shortages which the universities tend to do sort of general media courses, but there was no one really focusing on key skill shortages. So we work with Screen Skills to identify those shortages, and things like, which you might find surprising, things like production accounting. There is a massive shortage of production accountants. You can't find a production accountant for love nor money anywhere at the moment. And we said, well, actually, there's a real opportunity here to train people who have AAT training and skills, AA 1 or 2 or 3, who we could give a quick modular course of maybe a week, 2 weeks, train them in the sector. They could then take a junior job as a production accountant, and we can move them through that way. Because the challenge when you talk to people trying to enter the film and television businesses is, how do I get into it? And then if you live in Doncaster, really, how do I get into it? Because there's no work up here. But there is, working with Screen Yorkshire, there is quite a lot of work in Yorkshire, generally. So working closely with the council, which I have to say was one of the biggest reasons we set up business in Doncaster, because the council were so forward-thinking in terms of what they wanted to do, and the vision for what we said we could do in terms of the academy and beyond, which I'll talk about in a minute. So we've started courses in production accounting, in visual effects, games testing, short courses that students can do from university or from college. So we work closely with Doncaster College, we work closely with Sheffield Hallam, to find jobs. The whole thing is to do short training modules that will then get these students jobs. And it's really because it rides the crest of the wave with the amount of the skill shortages. So you may say, well, if the jobs aren't in Doncaster, what are they going to do? Well, of course, now, with COVID, a lot of the jobs are actually remote anyway. So a lot of things like production accounting is a remote job which you can do. So we work with each individual student, and we work out, do they want to work remotely? Are they happy to do part on set, part remote, or do they want to be on set the whole time? And it depends on your personal circumstances of what you want to do. So we work, at Lightforge, we work closely with each applicant to work out where they feel they could go and where they would fit. And then we work with them, to, once they've done the course, to find the job. So at the moment, Screen Skills fund the courses that we do, so the students don't pay anything for them. And then we monitor them, we work with them to try and find the job in the production that's most fitted to them.
And this is happening in my former art college down at Churchview, here in Doncaster. So all this great work that Alistair's doing. Can you tell me what else is happening in that building? Because I've been lucky enough to see what else is happening in that building, but can you just explain all the other amazing creative stuff that's happening?
Coming back, it's a great old building.
Mm.
There are actually about 3 or 4 artists who work in Churchview. There's a nice cream maker who actually works in Churchview. And so we have Lightforge Academy in Churchview. We also have a business called Prox and Reverie, which is an immersive production company. So we do virtual reality. So it's a business which looks at virtual production. So we do motion capture, we do volumetric capture. It's a real cutting edge business. With my partner Martin, who ran the biggest virtual reality company in Australasia, who's from Donny. So that building has started to become a real kind of creative hub. So the other thing we're doing, and we started about 3 weeks' time, is we're setting up a visual effects business in Churchview, so that students who've literally done the courses either at college or university can do a top-up course, which is 2 weeks in Nuke, and then can do low-end sort of roto compositing work for commercial companies in London. So there's a real opportunity to build a sort of, within Churchview and within what is an amazing building. It needs some work doing to it, I think it's fair to say. But bit by bit it's being done up, and there's a real opportunity to bring a creative hub there. And I think the other thing that's really important to say is that there's a real convergence with technologies now. So some of the applicants for our VFX business are graphic artists who really want to get into VFX, but they've never found a way to get into VFX. So this course allows them to do that, to transfer their skills. But the big thing is in our sector is convergence. So now that you look at how episodic television is made, it's as much about how the VFX work as it is about how the performances are led, as about how the production's done. It's all got to be seamless. And there's a massive convergence of technology using softwares like Unity or Unreal Engine. So when you watch a show on television now, a lot of it will be visual effects that you don't even know about, which will have been created using these softwares. So there's an opportunity for a creator to work as a visual effect in visual effects, or to work in another part, or in virtual reality. And it's just an expanding world. So Epic Games, who make Fortnite, have just launched this curriculum of 7 jobs that just don't exist today, but they will exist by January. And this whole world now is just being led by this explosion. So the opportunity to somebody young coming out of university or out of college who wants to get into this sector has never been better. And the whole aim with Lightforge and what we're doing is to create that world within Churchview.
Which is amazing. And not only that, but I was also lucky enough to learn about the brownfield site, which is underneath North Bridge, just up the road, which is earmarked for development, and it's something called the waterfront. But Alistair's going to be bringing, hopefully, something very exciting to that area, which is a new physical space, which will enable young people to learn these physical skills and then actually apply them. So can you just explain that?
So the waterfront site overall is about 13 acres. So we're looking at a plot of around 7 acres to create a 4-studio complex. So 4 15,000 square foot studios with production offices, canteen, etc., wardrobe, storage, workshops. And alongside it will be the building for both Prox and Reverie and for Lightforge and for the VFX business. So it becomes like a creative campus for people. The stages primarily will be for the use of commercial production, almost certainly episodic, high-end episodic television, because that's really where the business is, more than feature films. But the great thing about the episodic television business is there's a huge demand for space. There's something that the space that's required as of about 2 weeks ago has to double in the UK. So, and of course the South gets most of it. So Reading's got 20 sound stages. On Monday they announced in Broxbourne in Hertfordshire there's a £240 million development going up, which is 20 sound stages. So all these massive developments, which is all well and good, owned by American companies for American companies is really what they are. Which is not really, the whole point for Doncaster and for the studios is to create a sort of creative hub and creative community. It may be servicing Amazon productions, it may be serving Apple productions, but the whole point is to build a skills base and a creative hub within utilising that work. And we think there's a massive opportunity to do it. And if that's successful, then we would expand it beyond that, but we have to get past the first phase of actually getting the first 4 stages up. That's the plan.
It's very exciting. And how important is it that these creative businesses are actually, and proposed film studios, that they're in Doncaster and in the town centre? Why Donny? And how important is it that it's actually in the town centre for you?
Well, I'd say the first reason why Doncaster is because we spent about 6 or 7 months talking to various councils actually, and when we met with Doncaster Council, we were amazed at how forward-thinking, cover your ears, how forward-thinking the council was, and they really got what we were trying to do. And we thought we've been talking to, I won't say who, other councils, and there was a real kind of, yes, that's the media business, isn't it? But they would rather have a residential development. They'd rather have sheds put up, to be honest, logistics sheds, or they'd rather have something else put up. They didn't really understand what we were trying to do. But actually, through, with Doncaster Council, they really got the ambition and the vision for what we wanted to try and create, and have been very supportive, as have Sheffield City Region. And then when we were looking at the space, we originally looked at the site out at High Melton, the old Doncaster College site, which has gone to a developer, unfortunately. But actually, the central Doncaster site is going to work out better because it allows people to. The connectivity here is brilliant with the train and the road. But the aim is really to try and create an environmentally sustainable studio. So if people can get the train from Leeds or from York or whatever, or more locally, and can come to the studio by train in the mornings and go home by train, suddenly you have got all these, usually people just drive in, everybody drives to a studio. This is a real opportunity to create something local, and the real benefit of having the studio in the centre of Doncaster is that there is always a massive ripple effect. So you bring in local people you build the skills base. You also bring heads of department from other parts of the country initially. They start use hotel rooms. They start spending money. It just spirals. Then what happens is other companies move in, like fabricators or seamstresses or whatever. They start their own businesses around you because it makes sense. And suddenly you've got a whole ecosystem that's building up around the space, and that whole waterfront development, which has obviously got the hospital on the other side of the river and stuff. There's a real opportunity to create redevelop that whole area, and also with the Church View building will be at the centre of that as well, because that will be redeveloped in terms of renovated as we've been renovating so far. So it's a really big opportunity, and there's been I have to say, one of the big things that we love about it is that in the jobs we've managed to provide so far, there's been a real appetite and excitement about being able to do what you love doing. So in games testing business, for example, the students going, I've got a job in games testing. I never thought I'd be able to do a games testing job in 20 minutes from my house. It's a real opportunity, and we're just trying to expand that. So if you want to be a production accountant, you could do that. Anything, whatever your thing is, there's an opportunity in the film business to do that. But the challenge has always been for people, how do I get into it? And I think what we're doing is helping people bridge that gap.
It's fantastic. It's happening in Doncaster on the waterfront, hopefully, potentially, which leads me very nicely into talking to Laurie, who is the director of Super Slow Way, which Laurie will explain what that is. But one thing that struck me when I was looking for questions to ask Laurie is how she works with water and on canals. And what struck me was that we have an incredible canal system within Doncaster, and we have this waterfront development, and we don't seem to be utilising our canal network at all. I didn't even know it was there, to be honest. With that in mind, I shall now pass it over to Laurie, and could you start by explaining what super slow way is, please, Laurie?
Well, it's basically.
You need this.
Sorry, forgot. It's basically an arts and cultural commissioning agency, and we have a very simple modus operandi. We just invite artists in to work with communities and co-create with them. So what we never ever do is commission stuff, plonky art, I call it. It's a waste of money, in my opinion. I'm trying to be provocative, obviously, but what you can spend money on as a council is getting artists in to work imaginatively with people, amazing people like this. This is, I've forgotten your name already. Alistair. Alistair is working with artists on a daily basis. They're creating art on a daily basis. You can't, money can't buy that for Doncaster. So what you would spend 100,000 on for a piece of mediocre metal, say, in the middle of the town centre, that's not going to do anything to transform the lives of the people here and what the place looks and feels like. What artists do is create places of possibility and even places of impossibility. That where they create a space where that people can come into and make things happen, and that's that for me, that's what the most exciting artistic practice is now. We're far away. We should be far away from that kind of 19th century model of artists in studios creating stuff. There's enough bloody stuff in the world. What artists are really good at is really inspiring people to lead more productive, creative lives, for people to find their own creativity and make a difference in the places they live, with the people that they live alongside with. And the other thing it does is bring people together, a diversity of people. It creates a space where people meet that might not ordinarily otherwise meet, where suddenly they can identify each other as neighbours. They've lived, streets away, and they've never thought of themselves as neighbours. It's that sort of space. And
you were telling me earlier, and I need to just grab this, because earlier on I had a bunch of questions for Laurie, and they were all based around canals, because that's what I looked her up as being, hence my nattering on about Donny's canals. There was a reason. So she threw all my questions out quite rightly, because they were all about canals and really boring.
No, I'll come back to the canal.
But what was fascinating when we were talking was that Laurie was telling me about a project called Shapes of Water, and it sort of segues into what we were talking about earlier, and particularly with Alistair and repurposing my old art college to do all this incredible stuff. But you were talking about the repurposing of industrial buildings previously in use in the cotton and textile industries. So, and you were saying how transformational it was for the community and how it brought people together. So could you just talk to us a little bit about
so basically, Super Slowway is so called because we work on a 20-mile stretch of the Leeds-Liverpool Canal in East Lancashire, completely post-industrial, and that industry was the textile industry. The canal fed it with raw materials, bringing in iron and coal to run the mills, raw cotton from Liverpool, and then taking it back as manufactured fabric. That all died by 2000. That was all dead. So what we're left with is a huge, fantastically epic infrastructure in East Lancashire that looks like a shithole. And I can say that because I come from there and I love it. But what it has is the most enormous, exciting potential, because the mills are amazing, vast miles of acreage of spaces where anything could be possible. So we are talking to film production facilities as well, because having exactly that, you know, they're all desperate for space, even storage space, you know. So there's, you know, there's massive potential in that way. For me, that's art. That's bringing art in to reanimate these spaces and inspire people and find routes, like Alistair's just described, to entirely new modes of productivity. What we're also doing is kick-starting a whole new regenerative textile industry. So it's like the fourth industrial revolution, but this time it's a green revolution. So we've planted the first field of flax. It's an amazing carbon sequesterer, and we will be processing that. We're harvesting it next Friday, actually. It's quite scary. And processing, and already people are learning to spin, to weave, to cut cloth with designers. The main designer is Patrick Grant of Great British Sewing Bee fame, that has a factory in Blackburn. And what we're doing over the next 20 years, which is why we're called super and slow, is rolling that out to in all the disused fields to plant, and using the buildings for a whole range of different uses, and bringing artists in all the time to challenge us, to ask new questions and find new imaginative ways for people to get involved. And again, similarly, there is something for everyone, and everyone can find their own route to creativity within that. I think, going back to the river thing, the great thing about a body of water, and weirdly, all my career, I've worked on bodies of water, just totally, I'd say it's totally coincidental, but actually all the water bodies I've worked on, started at the Albert Dock in Liverpool with Tate. They are the post-industrial. These bodies of water that I work on in Lancashire and various places were all the kind of workhorses of the Industrial Revolution. So that's, and they, again, they become fantastic playgrounds for artists to galvanise communities, to find new possibilities within them.
Again, earlier you were telling me about the Anfield Home Baked project, and I think what struck me about that is that we're all talking about art, obviously, and art can be so many different things. And when you were telling me about that, which hopefully you're going to tell everybody about now, and how it kind of brought a whole community together was just amazing what happened, and how art became art for people who weren't artists, and people became artists through this fantastic thing that happened. So I'll stop waffling on and you can tell them what it was.
So while I was at Liverpool Biennial, Liverpool was under the cosh of the Housing Market Renewal Initiative, which I'm sure you'll remember. And Anfield in particular, which is where the football ground is, was like a war zone, but the people hadn't been evacuated. And the community had been going through it for years by then, at least 7 years, and totally blighted by this idea of demolishing all the old terraced housing and building new houses just simply to stimulate the market, not to stimulate the community. They were shipping the communities out. But the community didn't want to be shipped out because it had lived there for over 100 years. Really, you know, going back, families had lived there for generations, and that was the problem. That, you know, the council didn't realise that actually people wanted to live there. So we brought in an artist called Janne van Hesvik from Holland, who just is a wonderful questioner and listener. And basically, you know, it was an open-ended residency, and she just wandered around the streets talking to people, bringing people together, and it just snowballed. And what became obvious is that they needed somewhere as a place to meet, and the local bakery had literally just put a sign on the window saying closed, and this bakery that had been a bakery for 100 years within the same family for 50 years had to close down because the neighbourhood had lost so many people. So we therefore went to them, rented the bakery as just a meeting place, because it was on a corner right diagonally opposite the football ground, so great footfall, and they used to meet in there, you know, on a daily basis, and obviously loads and loads of people, more and more people gathered into it, and every time people would be meeting in there and doing projects, doing creative projects on there, somebody would always pop in and say, have you got a bread? You're just going to buy a loaf of bread? No. So the community decided, right, we're going to bloody have to learn to bake. And so basically that was it. So the few of them we paid for to go on baking courses, and it began to function as a bakery, but, you know, really important as that beating heart of the community again. And obviously there's no better kind of symbolic thing of breaking bread, you know, together. And then they started to, on match days, they'd make pies, and, you know, they've got this massive, obviously, tens of thousands of football fans who are immensely loyal to them. So anyway, immensely successful. They took over the whole block, stopped it from being demolished, reversed the city housing policy, and established a community land trust, and they're taking over more blocks, they're taking over land where to grow food, etc. It's just a really heartwarming story.
Mike's given me the nod that we have to wrap up, but what an incredible story. Yeah. Okay. Questions from the floor.
It's not actually a question. I just want to say thank you very much, Laura. I love that story about you're going to have to learn to bake bread, and I'll tell you, I am going to get a sermon out of that.
Love it. Breaking bread.
Just a comment, really. I just wanted to say that I found this panel super duper inspiring, and it's just great to hear what's happening in Doncaster and models that we can learn from as well. I'm Councillor Sarah Smith, this is Councillor Julie Grace, and we've got some planning questions after this, if that's all right.
Yeah, please don't ask me questions about whether or not certain size conservatory requires planning permission. That's what I normally get.
Is that what you get down the pub? I wanted to ask Alistair you a question just to get my head round what you've been working on, and the waterfront sounds fantastic, but you're also talking about the older building that's becoming this wonderful hub. And I just trying to understand a bit about how you got the investment to get that going, really, and has it all come from the businesses that need these skills, or has it come from elsewhere?
The money that's gone in so far is all private investment. What we're doing is working with the Doncaster Development Trust that own the art school, And it works very well, actually. So we identify a space that we need. The trust do that space up, and they charge us slightly more for the rental on that space. And then we incrementally just we're growing around the building, essentially. So it's a real opportunity, because I don't know well any of you know the building, but on the basement, ground floor, part of it's well looked after, and there's two offices down there, but a lot of it is still quite rough, because it got partly demolished at one point. So it's now needs to be reconstructed. So one floor is pretty good. The top floor is the next one that needs work. But through the businesses, we're looking at taking on most of that first floor, which is it's a wonderful space, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. And what's really amazing is I was down there a couple of weeks ago. Martin was showing us. I don't know if anybody's seen the movie Monsters, Inc., where there's a door where the monsters go through the door and they go through a portal into another world. And they've got one in Church View. And Martin was saying, yeah, now because they're working with Warner Brothers, and they're linking Donny with LA. And so you walk through a door in Donny and end up in LA, which just blew my mind. So yes, suffice to say, the building is transforming and doing incredible things. You should give guided tours, I think. And it's very different from when I was there at Art College 50,000 million years ago, but much more creative, I think.
Well, it's interesting because our art director was at the college. So he's actually sitting.
Oh, Ian, yeah.
He's sitting at the desk in the space where he used to sit for 4 years. He said, "This is weird." He's in his late 50s, going, "This is really weird." But he's really excited about it because it's a real opportunity to get back into. He's an artist. So.
And there are many people who've been volunteering on this project, ArtBomb.
Yeah.
And actually exhibiting work in the Birdsong exhibition, who studied in that very same college too.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Okay, I'm going to ask you to have a round of applause. Can we have a round of applause for this panel, please? Thank you, it's great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And now we're going to try and keep the pace and the energy up, because it's actually a massively crammed programme, but we've got a keynote speaker next, and that's Tamsin, who's quietly been waiting for her spot. Yeah, and if we can get you up there and plugged in, and if you can just kind of hang on, then after that we can relax.
No, I'll just introduce myself, I think. Shall I? No, that's fine. My name's Tamsin. Hi, everybody. What an extraordinary day. I got on the train. I've got a confession to make, first of all. I've never been to Doncaster before, and I'm not going to talk about Doncaster. That makes a change for everybody, maybe. My name's Tamsin Dillon. I'm a curator, I'm a programmer. I've been working pretty much my whole life as a professional curator, my whole career, mostly in public places, and asking myself what public places are and how to support artists in creating projects in a wide range of contexts and places, including galleries and conventional art spaces, but figuring out how to use those different kinds of public spaces, I suppose. And those included parks. I've worked in public parks, private parks. I've worked with private commercial developers, just almost as an experiment, I suppose, to see how to make some kind of contribution to the public realm. But I suppose one of the places that I really learned a lot about how to work in that context was when I developed the Art on the Underground programme as the head of that programme for London Underground. One of the last bastions of public space, I suppose, really, that can be considered that way, but it's being changed and challenged even as we speak. But I'm really happy to note that Art on the Underground is still very much a thriving organisation that people have expectations of for projects that are coming along. But I'm going to take us away from Doncaster and Yorkshire, I'm afraid, just momentarily, just for 45 minutes or even less, to England's creative coast on the southeast coast of England, where I've been working on a project for the last 3 years or so, as part of a group of people, as part of a network. And I think that's something that we've been kind of realizing today, that things have to happen in partnerships as part of collaborative projects, really. And I've been developing this series of commissions, 7 commissions with an international group of 7 artists, which came under the title of Waterfronts, because they're on this border, this creative coast of the UK. And it was in partnership with 7 organisations on that coastline, but across an enormous region, which was East Sussex, and it's still there. I mean, this is also an enormous opportunity for me to plug this project and get you to go down to the southeast of England and have a look at these works. There are objects, sorry, Laurie, for the most part, but they're temporary works. I think that's the key thing to talk about as well. But they're across the 3 counties of Kent, East Sussex and Essex. So those 3 local authorities are very much involved. And I think the next slide gives you sort of some understanding of what the aims and ambitions of the England's Creative Coast project have been, not just about bringing exceptional world-class art to that region, but actually being, it's very much an art and cultural tourism project. And it kind of came to fruition based on a previous project called Culture Kent, where there was a recognition of the different organisations that are based in that region, led by Turner Contemporary, I should say, in Margate, which really spearheaded the regeneration of Margate. And some of the other towns in that Kent area, Folkestone, Dover, Hastings, Bexhill and Eastbourne, as well as Southend up on the Essex coast, which have been experiencing this kind of renaissance in terms of the regeneration of those towns, and understanding that people that go to those places, either from elsewhere in this country or from other countries, or even within that region, take longer and spend longer there if they are there on a kind of cultural visit. And so this drove the kind of regeneration and an understanding that the economy would benefit from developing more relationships and networks with those organisations. So it was about responding to those imperatives and tapping into, capitalising on that research that had happened through the Culture Kent project and the partnerships that were developed. I mean, hopefully you can all read these. I don't need to read them out, but it's about strengthening and deepening the relationships between all of these different organisations that you can see on the next slide, including the funders, but also the cultural organisations and the commercial organisations, the South Eastern Railway, the Southeast Local Enterprise Partnership, Visit Essex, and Visit England were really working together on bringing this partnership together. And I was invited as a curator of the project to actually bring the commissioning of the art projects to fruition, working in partnership myself with the 7 organisations around the region. And I think the next slide gives you some understanding of the funding. So really understanding the fact that this is a cultural tourism project funded through the Cultural Destinations Programme from the Arts Council of England, but also crucially through Visit England and the Discover England Fund, and really kind of leveraging those funds together, and from the other partnerships, bringing additional investment from lots of different organisations working together. And then the next slide tells you more about the actual partners, the cultural organisations that we worked with, that I've been working with for the last 2-3 years. And there's actually a link there to the creative partners. I'm afraid I've got a couple of promo films from the England's Creative Coast website that help you understand something about why it's so important for us to be working in partnership. So each of the creative partners say something on this first film about why this project is so important and beneficial for them. And I just think it's quite useful to have a quick look at that. Oop. Whoa, no, that's the wrong film. That's the wrong film. There's the partners film. Yes, that's the one.
It's an important moment because it's connected us in a fantastic way with venues and projects right across the region. Metro's been able to work and connect communities all the way around the Essex coastline, from Harwich to Southend on the sea, through our geocache project, and that's been fantastic to get to know those individual communities. England's Creative Coast has been fantastic for our organisation and for Grayson. It's really connected us with a whole series of organisations right along the coastline. England's Creative Coast is hugely important to turn contemporary. It's a fantastic moment to launch this project as we celebrate so much that we've missed during this last 18 months. In Margate, it will mean our local communities have the opportunity to see a fantastic artwork by Michael Rackett.
This project allows us to connect with creative together. Creative Person is connecting.
To launch this project as we celebrate so much that we've missed during this last 18 months. In Margate, it will mean our local communities have the opportunity to see a fantastic artwork by Michael Rackett.
Internationally renowned artists, and for them to understand everything goes along England's creative.
We're really excited about the extensive programme of community work that we're doing, whether that's in our Rough Seekers programme, with a burgeoning group of primary school children locally, and also with our refugee groups and some incredible memories of the Sea Project. As we celebrate English seaside and staycation tourism, this could not come at a better time for us in Hastings.
England's Creative Coast means creativity, collaboration, and vibrancy. The project is really important to us because it brings all the amazing cultural organisations together as we reopen. Working with artists polyphony is really critical because it's playful, it's accessible, and it's really fun for audiences and families alike over the summer.
This project has allowed us to further our ambition to move outside of the building and mission within our fantastic public spaces in and around Eastbourne. It's an amazing project for us that actually encompasses all of the geography of the town and the surrounding landscape.
thanks for that. Ooh, there's more. No. So just move quickly onto the next slide. So having established that's these 7 partnerships, I started working as a curator with each of those organisations to draw up a list of a very long list of artists and think about the concept behind what this project could be and how to somehow unify and link these different places along this coastline. And I couldn't help think about the coastline as a border, really. Obviously a political border that was, at that point when we started working, imminently going to be impacted by the Brexit that we've all been experiencing for the last, finally, in the last year. But also a natural border that's being constantly under pressure because of the climate crisis that we're experiencing now. And you know, even today, I've seen a headline that's talking about the potential collapse of the Gulf Stream, which, you know, just is terrifying, frankly. So these kind of seemed like obvious ways to sort of frame the project, but at the same time, really immediately important issues for artists to be invited to think about in responding to a range of issues that were kind of imminently important to these different towns on the coast. And I found this amazing image that you know, takes us back historically and thinking about what's impacted these places in the past, and asking 7 different artists to think about those histories, those geographies, those the demographics and the communities that are based there, to think about what will happen to these places in the future. And thinking about the artists themselves, it was important to invite a range of artists, an international group of artists at different points in their careers. So, you know, from someone as established as Michael Rakowitz to someone who's at a very different stage in her career, like Jaslene Kerr. And they're all based in different parts of the world, so they brought different perspectives onto this very particular coastline. So the next little film, before I show you just some images of the final works that you can still go and see that are in place until November, there's quite a nice little film of the artists themselves talking about how they responded to each of these places. So.
The single object is concrete. It's a language-based object. And then the other piece is based in a powder magazine, and it's discovered via a sign. So you enter the work via the QR code on the door of a building, and that takes you into a website which has a number of other works inside it. It's something that's working between a more determined sculptural form and questions of language and how you describe things. Part of what it does is think about how you might describe a particular action, like the action of walking, and how that becomes something that's interrupted by the flow of language that starts to get in the way of the actual act of walking.
I was interested in histories of migration to Gravesend and the importance of community groups as spaces of resistance and spaces that hold alternative knowledge. And there's 2 parts to the work. There is the sculpture and some sound. The sculpture, it looks like a faux marble wave of water with a head protruding from it, which has long hair tied up into a top knot. And the sound is made in collaboration with Ian Bailey and the Saheli Women's Group through a series of listening workshops. Both the sculpture and the sound, they think about where knowledge is held and the spiritual and the sacred significance of practices that have moved over with people. And I think the most important part of the work is perhaps the site. It holds such a resonance with the community and the histories that are being spoken about.
The sculpture is of an Iraq War veteran in the UK named Daniel Taylor. The story that leaves me breathless in this whole sort of process that we've been through together was when I visited London and the sculpture was about to be cast. I visited Daniel for dinner at his home, and he said, I have something for you. And he brought out a bag that had the items he wanted to go into the sculpture, and at the very bottom of the bag was his medal. And I said to him, listen, we spoke about this, and you told me that it's proof of service and it's proof that allows for veterans to get the care that they need, and that it was a kind of currency. He said, yeah, but it's time to spend it. And so one of the things that you'll see in that sculpture is his medal, which for me is the center of gravity of the work, because it stands there in solidarity with all the other items that people from Veterans for Peace and local residents of Kent have donated to go into that sculpture.
Making a bit of research, I discovered this Folkestone place was like a Roman place also, and that took me to the Roman gods. Then I found this Janus head. So I decided to construct this huge head made out of plaster. The idea of this Janus head is to protect like the entrances, and this is a perfect place to do so because it is right in the cliffs that face the other side, that is France in this case. So I thought it was an interesting place to install this Janus head that protects, and also see how people is living and how people is coming in. That's really interesting, like in these moments specifically, not only because of Brexit, also because of Corona.
Hastings Contemporary has a kind of space that was almost made for a work like this, which is kind of outdoor courtyard. I was always fascinated with these concrete blocks that they put inside the water to build seawalls, sort of protective barriers or breakwaters. And so I made a kind of facsimile of the seawall. It's a block made out of composite foam and then covered with inkjet printed vinyl upholstery. But it looks heavy and concrete, and then it's like lightweight and soft. So people can use it to sit on, and they sort of construct their own seawall. They become the work when the people use them. So they kind of look like a sculpture, but then the work is completed when the public decides to interact or not. So putting it out in public is a very important part of that process.
The work is a three-part sculpture that's made from various conjuring materials, and the work wraps itself on the grass and then through the building itself, extends your sight kind of under the ground in a way. I was thinking a lot about the building itself of the Deloitte as something that stands like a kind of architectural cliff on the edge of the sea. I was thinking a lot about edges as this idea of breakdown and erosion, but also a barrier. This idea of the worm became a really important metaphor for that, as something that can bypass borders, infiltrate edges, and what that does to like the outline of something. Worms literally sink foundations or rocks through undermining and burying under them. So it's these kind of like little actions with big consequences. I hope kind of creates another kind of atmosphere of something that is more related to sci-fi or something as well. It's kind of monstrous and it's quite literal in that sense, but it takes on this kind of specific form or specific character, and that feels quite different from my other work.
Well, this work started from the idea of making an image in a landscape and also recovering the story of two women from Eastbourne. One is the Beachy woman, which are the human remains that were found in a beach, and the second are also the human remains of another woman more from the 16th century. And I kind of put these two stories together, and I converted it into a giant profile of an imaginary female character. The visitors of the project can walk through this path that will be partially drawn on the floor, and there will be also objects that are related to the archaeological findings that we made replicas of, and we embedded them into the concrete. So it's a bit of a search and find project that it's partially visible and partially invisible.
side of the estuary. It's just a 5-10 minute ferry ride, where obviously we know that the Empire Windrush came in and has been the place that so many people have arrived in this country. So it's an amazing work that evokes all of these kinds of questions, based directly on the estuary itself and looking out over the estuary. And these are publications that Jasleen actually found in the local library that help to refer for that local community to their own heritage from India, Pakistan. So it's about kind of holding on to that heritage while also being integrated with the community now. And those are the kind of issues that are pressing for so many people, as we all know, who've migrated into the UK. That's a Polkey, by the way. That's just a reference point for that work. And then the final work that I wanted to talk to you about was Katrina Palmer, and she made this extraordinary concrete structure, again temporary, but we may seek planning permission for it to remain there. But she was interested in the structures that you can still find all around the coastline, not so much on the Essex coast, funnily enough, but that particular part of the Essex coast near Shoebury Ness, near Southend, is a kind of military zone. It still has all the kind of buildings and structures that relate to its military past. And these concrete structures that were made between I think it was just before the Second World War, these sound mirrors that were made to actually listen out for enemy planes or enemy boats arriving towards the coast, but they were only needed for a matter of months or a couple of years because then radar was invented. But there are these kind of beautiful things that are still there all over the kind of that area. And Katrina had this notion to make a new one, but it points towards Brussels directly, and it says hello. So it completely undermines the idea of listening out for enemies, but it's a welcoming post as well. And then the second part of the work, which you can see on a nearby building, which is a powder magazine from sort of 1800s, literally built to hold the kind of gunpowder for the military in the area, but now sort of redundant, rather beautiful building. And she's created this lovely set of works that you can access through this QR code on a special website. So again, working very closely with Metal in Southend, and each of them creating these different projects with a whole range of different artists. It's been an amazing project. I mean, I'm sure there are things that I would do differently if we were working on it again, but I suppose the last thing to say is that it really pivoted incredibly when we had to bring everything to a screeching halt last year. We were literally about to launch Michael Rakowitz's work in April last year, when we suddenly said, well, we have to just put it off for a few months, maybe a year. That would be nuts, wouldn't it? But yes, then we all got COVID, and the rest is history, as they say. And we had to think about the original sort of aims for the project to encourage visitors, tourists, new people to come that may not have been to this country before, from France, from Holland, from Belgium, and actually to rethink about how we were going to plan this project more in relation to our local communities, how to make these works relevant for them, to how to encourage people in the local region to maybe visit places, parts of that region they've never been to before. I've had a confession today from someone who's, you know, a Yorkshire person who's never been to Doncaster before. So, you know, it's always an opportunity to kind of explore your local area, and that's really what this project has become about as much as anything else, and really thinking about what's happening to this border since we've all been so much confined to the places that we are based in unexpectedly, and really thinking about what that means. So do go and see it. These works are all on display until early November, and it'd be amazing to hear what you think about them. Thank you. Thanks for the invite, Mike. Yeah, if anyone's got any questions, please do. I've comprehensively covered everything. Oh my God.
I don't have favourites. Okay. Can you say something about the differences between one local authority and another?
Yeah, I mean, well, there really are unbelievably huge, the differences, and it's to do with who's voted, who's been based there, who wants, what the elected representatives there have got to do in representing what the people voted them in for. And that means that they can be quite tricky. But they're all conservative local authorities that we're working with. And I think Kent have been quite visionary. I mean, they led the project to build Turner Contemporary, and they realised that spearheading the regeneration of Margate was something that would require a really important cultural iconic building like the one that's there. But at the same time, they want to retain control if they can, you know. So it's kind of how to deal with that. But then with the statue that Michael Rakovitz made, we actually had to deal with the local borough to get planning permission for that, which actually went reasonably well. But you know, dealing with Essex County Council is a whole different ballgame. But nevertheless, they're all three on board, realising the benefits of a region-wide project like this. And, you know, and I think it is extraordinary to try and work across a region of that scale. The comparison I can think of that some of you might be aware of is the Art Transpennine that happened in '98. I think, Laurie, you were probably involved in that. Oh, yeah.
And it's a shame that wasn't, you know, that did become a more regular thing. I mean, and maybe, you know, not every year or whatever, you know, every 5 years or every 10 years, actually, with that documentary or something, because I do think
yeah.
these pan-geographical, regional things do.
They kind of can be very unwieldy.
They can, but they also can be very poetic, dare I say, about that kind of sense of originality and
yeah.
place on a really big scale, a grand scale. You know, they can tell grand narrative.
Yeah, which I think is important because people want to have something to aspire to and want to feel proud of something, want to feel invested in something and have a sense of ownership over small things but also big things, you know.
Yeah. And history without being nostalgic or sentimental.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, what is extraordinary is the difference between working on the southeast coast and maybe working here. And for what's a relatively small country, the difference in regions geographically, geologically, demographically, you know, we all know this, but yeah. You mean Anya Galaccio? Yeah. Well, I think what they're now having to think about is what is the legacy of this project? Will they be able to work together as 7 organisations again? Or, I mean, really, one of the big problems was they already had enough on their plates, to deal with, and then COVID came along, and it became quite tricky to sort of negotiate certain things. But each organisation had its own different way of dealing with the projects. But partnership and collaboration is still, an amazingly important thing. Yeah, where's the time?
So what we don't get is a smart summing up. Yeah, because it's just too big. We're going to thank Helen and Phoebe, who's been here the whole day with us. I think it's going to run for a train. Yeah, thanks for staying. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah. All right, okay, see you soon. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. So yeah, can I thank you for contributing all the way through the day. I've really enjoyed it, but my head's exploding. I'd like to, I don't know who's around. I've got August is by there, I've got Sam by there, yeah? And how about Rasha? She's hiding. Rasha, come out here. Yeah? Sasha? Okay, all right. I'd just like to do a quick thank you because it's not me just organising this. There's a great team of people that have been putting this together. This is not the last day. This was the heavy thinking day or feeling day. But tomorrow it's Gillian Dyson's performance. She's going to be doing durational work through the day. Buffalo and Beats Collective is going to be doing a performance in the shop or in the court. I've no idea what the weather's like. Oh, it's sunny. So Buffalo and Beats, I think Jen's going to do a performance out there. The shop's still open with the Birdsong exhibition. Eileen's film is on tomorrow, as is Angela Robson and Lorna Collins, who just walked out the door. And that is going to be quite an extraordinary Q&A when you start digging into what her life has been like and the story of her work. And then there's other stuff to happen, including the garden sessions.
Children of the Night Bull Market tomorrow, 12 till 6. It's 10 minutes installation, 90s club culture and Johnny. It'll be great.
Yeah, and August Charles is going to be doing the garden sessions at the Leopard if it's not raining. Otherwise, perhaps here. Upstairs, okay, it's definitely on at the Leopard. Indoors or outdoors, depending on what climate emergency decides to throw at us. So that's it. Thanks ever so much for coming. I'd like you to stay in touch. If you've kind of popped in for this day and you have got thoughts, questions, you want to connect with any of the speakers or any of the people that you met on the day, please stay in touch with us. If you liked ArtBomb, maybe we'll do another one next year. Who knows? Yeah. Anything else? And Ryan Harston, is he still up there performing? Yeah. So Ryan Harston, if you haven't seen Ryan's piece, Urban Concepts has got quite an extraordinary artwork upstairs in what is called the upper hall, and that is quite an extraordinary thing. Brand new commission, and it's on now. It takes 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah, there you go. So that's up them stairs by there. And I think Caitlin is still performing in the shop as well. So thanks very much, everybody.